and at Moto Chicago. So please, anyone you know that is an Aprilia owner, a Moto Guzzi owner, or a Vespa owner, please help share the word that they now have top quality service and after sales support, and we're really, really grateful to be able to support that community properly. I think that, frankly, has been one of the gripes of Aprilia owners is that they haven't had great local support, and we're really grateful and stoked to be able to support these brands. So with that, I'd say let's roll these off the stage and move on to Moto Guzzi. Hey, David, good to see you.
We've got the courses early in the shot.
So up next we have Moto Guzzi, legendary brand under the Piaggio umbrella. The story of how Piaggio ended up with Moto Guzzi is an interesting one. Aprilia had purchased Moto Guzzi, and this is in the mid-2000s, 2004, 2005. The sport bike market was super hot. Aprilia was super hot, doing really well. Their core business was a scooter business. And at that same time, the European Union instituted an EU-wide helmet law. That helmet law killed the scooter business in the EU. Scooter sales went down 50%, which caused issues for Aprilia. And Piaggio, which had recently reinvented the Vespa brand, came and scooped up Moto Guzzi, Aprilia, and by proxy of Aprilia, Moto Guzzi. So, legendary brand for anybody that has any passion for air-cooled motorcycles, air-cooled machines, certainly for anyone that has any passion at all for air-cooled BMWs or older BMWs. Really encourage you to throw a leg over the Moto Guzzis, and we will be hosting multiple Moto Guzzi and Aprilia demo events here at Motorcycle Center this coming summer. The Piaggio brand generally supports the riding communities with a demo truck. Dan Trotti, best in the business, comes out with a fleet full of Moto Guzzis and Aprilias. So as we release our event calendar and those demo dates are confirmed, you can look forward to multiple opportunities to ride Aprilias and Moto Guzzis. And something that Aprilia does that no other brand does is we do track day demos. So with our community partners, Kathleen in the back, Kathleen, MotoVid, give us a wave. So you can look forward to some MotoVid days where we will have the Aprilia demo truck at a MotoVid day, and you can take these bikes out for some spirited laps. We do ask that you maybe reduce your pace from 10% or something from what you would do on your own bike, but they're not parade laps. And we're the only manufacturer that allows motorcycles on the racetrack to be ridden in a spirited, uncontrolled, unled way, and I hope to see many of you out taking advantage of those opportunities. So, Moto Guzzi, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. These are world-class air-cooled machines. This is great. So we've got an owner, a Moto Guzzi enthusiast, who wants to come up and tell us and share his passion for the brand, and this is unscripted. So here you go. Here's the mic.
Okay, I have a 73 BMW R60/5, an old Airhead. I have a Triumph Sprint ST1050 triple, really cool bike. I have a 6-year-old, 5-year-old V85 TP Moto Guzzi. Oh my goodness, I will never be without a Moto Guzzi again ever. Air-cooled, simple, the ergometrics are so good, so upright, really wide lock-to-lock turning, Low speed parking lot maneuvering, it is sweet. 2 up, 5 days old. I took it 2 up for a 500-mile trip with my 22-year-old son. Great bike, so pleasant. Goldilocks, it's Goldilocks torque. It has torque everywhere I need it, and it's never going to get goofy and stupid on top of me. It is a really cool bike. I will never be without a V85.
Thank you. That was awesome. You're hired. And with that, let's roll a couple Vespas up. So we're not a Vespa dealer here at Motorcycle Center, however, our Chicago store is. And Vespa, obviously, I don't need to explain what Vespa is. Legendary scooter brand. And, well, to be perfectly honest, I'm not a scooter enthusiast. I've never read a scooter magazine. Back in the day when there were motorcycle magazines, I used to read 28 to 30 motorcycle magazines a month. If you tried to take my Vespa away, we would have a problem. These machines are a ton of fun, and they bear the distinction of, Vespas are the finest scooters in the world. There really isn't much. The nicest car in the world is, I don't know, millions of dollars. The nicest boat in the world, I can't count that high. The nicest watch in the world, same deal. They're just out of reach. And with Vespa, you have the opportunity to buy the finest scooter in the world, indisputably. According to Wall Street Journal, they hold their value and have the highest value retention of any vehicle sold, which I found pretty interesting, 2 or 4 wheel. And they're a ton of fun. It's easy to carry things that, as a shop, we're not scooter enthusiasts. 70% of us own Vespas. So take that for what it's worth. And if you are someone that is a two-wheeled enthusiast, give a Vespa a shot sometime. If you ever want to ride one, let me know. We'll make it happen. So with that, I want to go back to my man Kurt here, who is raffling off through the Ton Up Club, this CB 550. Tickets are only $20. He takes credit cards, and you might win a badass Honda CB 554. I want to thank Andy and Susan from Heavy Enduro, local off-road training center. Giovanni from Ride On Academy. Make sure that you go over, say hi if you have any interest in off-road or adventure bike training. Giovanni's a great resource. I want to thank Kenny the Rain Man Abbott from Cycle Vision Network for coming out and shooting this whole deal and helping us promote the event. We've got Mitch Chernuski, Motorcycle Track Day Insurance. This is the only provider I know that offers a street bike insurance policy that will cover you at track days. We've got Kathleen Casey from MotoGrid. MotoGrid.com has been producing track days in the Midwest for over 20 years. They've got a wide variety of dates, primarily at Blackhawk Farms and Road America. Blackhawk Farms was recently repaved over the winter, so if you haven't been there, go check out the new pavement. If you have been there, you're really going to obviously appreciate that new pavement. We've got the Chicago Region BMW Club, the Wisconsin BMW Club, Midwest Overland Off-Road Event Outfitters that'll get you trained to go ride the Trans-Wisconsin Adventure Trail. We have Jeff and Connor from Royal Enfield. Yeah, there's Connor in the back waving. If anybody has any questions about Royal Enfield, you can speak directly with the factory reps. We have Mike Reisner, our Ducati factory rep here. Anybody has any questions for Ducati? We have Dave Fields, our Triumph factory rep here. Anybody has any questions, any feedback, anything they want to know about Triumph, they can talk directly to the mothership. And Ben Rader, our local KTM and Husqvarna factory rep, he's hanging out in the Husky and KTM room. We're doing a chair and cooler giveaway. So talk to Ben about the chair and cooler giveaway. We have Tim Schmidt, our local helmet house rep. He's back here. He is factory trained in Japan by the team at Shoei on sizing. He knows everything there is to know about these brands. He is also our Alpine Stars Tech Air. If you are not wearing an airbag vest when you ride, I would talk to Tim about airbag vests, about that technology. I I had 2 prop on me in the last year, and I'm really grateful that I was wearing both of them. We got local fast guy Benny Carlson back here representing LS2. Benny, thank you for being here today. And we're open for business if anybody wants to buy a motorcycle. Nick, our finance manager, Hal's running point on sales. Jim P is a motorcycle sales professional as well. Jim, give us a wave. And I just want to thank everybody for coming out. This is really fun, celebrating spring. Look forward to the upcoming riding season. And that's it. With that, let's get the tunes back rolling and kill the mic. Up next, Triumph Motorcycles, Dave Fields, 1 p.m. We're going to tell you all about the new Triumph T120 Bonneville, and Andy Janik, who's an owner of a F250E. We're going to have Andy bring up his personal Triumph TF250E, tell us a little bit about how he's modified that machine and his experience as an instructor riding that bike off-road. So with that, we're going to kill the mic and go back to the tunes.
So it depends on what it is. As far as experienced riders or riders that take my class, it's an open park, it's open for public use. Yeah, so $30 for anybody that's over 14 years old. And then anybody that's 12
Free track day? No way. Kill this one. Kill this one.
He was very nice, but didn't have any personality. Personality was just like a nice name that like brings your arm.
So we have to just stick with it now, but yeah. Okay. Make sure everything's on the right. Yeah. Okay.
So it's all on. It's all but that's all we can see. So we gotta really watch it. Make sure you think that you can't kind of like let it on. You gotta like focus on it. All right, you ready, Logan? No. Just when we just watch it when we get over there and we're in front of somebody, and then I don't know if you want to listen to it or I can do a count in or something. Okay. Should I do it? You want me to do something closer? So. So this is showing the mic's muted, so I just want to make sure the audio's open, everything's good to go. Okay. Giovanni. Can I talk to you for a sec?
Yeah.
Let's get you on camera real quick. You can come over here too. So talking to Giovanni, and Giovanni's with explain who you're with, what you're doing, because you've done a lot of different things. You've been an MSF instructor, an off-road riding coach, and you do a lot of different things. So tell everybody who you're with, what you're doing, and why are we here?
Yeah, awesome. Well, thanks, Kate, for having me on here. I'll give you a really quick background. I was in the military. That's where I started my experience with riding. I became a motorcycle safety foundation and a rider coach. I did that in 2007. I just kept going. Started doing track days out in California. Moved out here to Chicago, and then I found Motivate. So I started coaching with them. I did some track day stuff out here for 8 years. Then I started focusing on to dirt. I opened up my own dirt bike school, so now I own my own Ride On Academy. I also yeah, right on.
That's what I love about it.
And then I also became a backcountry discovery route ambassador. So I go around dealerships talking about the fun of adventure riding. So talk a little bit about that too. But going to my dirt bike school, I'm focusing on getting the next generation to ride. And it's not just off-road. I work with kids as young as 6 years old. I'm the only MSF dirt bike school and adventure bike rider course, actually dirt bike school in Illinois. There's other adventure bike courses out here, but my focus is just getting the next generation in and teach them how to get comfortable with riding. So
yeah, one of the things I thought was cool was on any given weekend, we'll find you out at a motorcycle dealership, like a KTM dealer, and you're using the dealership's KTM motorcycles. Customers are coming in and they're getting to demo ride them. Yeah. And not just in the parking lot, going through cones and stuff like that, but you're taking them like around the block. They get it to like 5th, 6th gear. you're taking them off road, you're
Off-road.
sliding around,
Yep, yep.
and those things are getting muddy and a little bit dirty. And I just think it's so cool, and because rarely does anyone get an opportunity to ride a dirt bike to that extreme
Right.
before they buy one.
Right.
And then also have someone who's an instructor who's teaching them how to ride it.
Yeah.
It's such a rare opportunity. So you guys are doing a really cool thing.
Awesome.
And so tell everybody where they can find you on socials and where they can find you on the website.
Sure. So rideonacademy.us is my website. You can see all the information over there for brand new riders and experienced riders. But I do other classes at Woodstock Harley Davidson. I train over at Rocky Glen off highway, or OHV, it's off highway vehicle park, and 2 other locations, Sycamore Speedway and Kane County Fairgrounds. So that's all in Northern Illinois. Looking to expand. So I think that's going to be coming here in a few years, and maybe even get into street stuff again. Who knows?
If you haven't connected with Giovanni or Ride On Academy, one of the things that he does every year, or at least that you have done in years past, is you get a group of riders and you take them on this long, 600-mile trail, right,
Yeah.
through Wisconsin. Talk a little bit about that, and what should if someone wants to do. So first of all, how long is it?
Sure.
So how long does it take, and then what does someone need to do to prepare for that trip?
Yeah, I'll lead off with this.
Yeah.
You can take a dirt bike rider and get them comfortable on the street pretty fast. You can take a street rider, put them on dirt, and things are going to be gnarly pretty quick. So loose traction, loose surfaces, all of that plays a role with the right body posture and right inputs at any given moment. So going to the trail ride, you really have to have the skill sets, because once you go off-road and you're dedicated to a 600-mile trip, if it goes wrong in the first mile,
So what's the name? What's the name of
that?
that trip, and what is that trail? Because it's very specific.
Yeah, so out here in the Midwest, we have in Wisconsin, it's called the Trans-Wisconsin Adventure Trail, which is an acronym called TWAT. And it is a fun spin on it, but it wasn't intended to be that way. But it is all about riding off-road. So I don't host the ride, actually. My buddies with Midwest Overland Outfitters, MOO, if you will, they host the ride, and they've been really, really good with it. But I've had students that have kind of gone through the curriculum with myself and to them. And it's just a great, sense of camaraderie that goes along with all the rides.
And some of the riders will camp overnight. Some of them will get a hotel room. But this is 600 miles. How long does it take you to do that route?
So with them, roughly 5 days. So kind of break it down. For brand new riders, 100 miles off-road is a lot. And that's with trained, experienced riders that haven't been developed. 100 miles may sound like, oh, I could do that in a day. There's riders that could do 500 miles on the street, no problem. But off-road is a whole nother beast, because at any given moment, terrain changes, weather condition changes, and then you have to change up your whole riding style, which most riders in that moment, they could get really tense. And ride tense for even 10 minutes is almost undoable. So 100 miles is usually what you target for or set yourself up for, even with backcountry discovery routes. Anything more than that, that depends on your skill sets. Bad riders do 200, sometimes 300, but they've been doing it for a long, long, long time.
That's so awesome.
Yeah.
So give us another rundown real quick. The organizations that you work with in the area, and where can they find them online?
Yeah, so as far as off-road training goes, I do work with Woodstock Harley Davidson. They have their own training company with the Chicago Motorcycle School, but they have the adventure part to that. So you can connect with them. I run the adventure bike class myself too, but I do it very lightly because there are other organizations that do this. And then in Wisconsin, out of Mugwanago, Wisconsin, they do the level 1 through level 4 classes with Midwest Overland Outfitters, MOO, if you will, if that's the acronym. So Wisconsin likes acronyms. It works.
And of course, Ride On Academy. And you can find the website, social media, all the social handles, Ride On Academy.
Yep, Ride On Academy is, you can easily find me on social media through Facebook. That's where I post all my updates. I open up my schedule throughout the season, just so I can keep track of all that. And then I take some dates off sometimes. A little insight here, because I like to go do my backcountry discovery route rides.
There you go.
All
So
right.
look for Giovanni, Ride On Academy, right here in the Midwest.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, dude. Yep. Make sure he pulls you out. There you go.
Man, I totally messed up. Yeah. No, Heavy Enduro is a great training company too. He focuses on rides. He'll tell you everything about it, but he did Romaniacs. He's like super into it. So when they first started,
Fox Valley Off-Road too.
yeah, when they first started, I started doing my thing at the same time. So just great guys.
Yeah,
And
cool.
Susan was with Motivate as well. I don't know if you remember her.
A long time ago, yeah. Yep. I want to. What's up, John?
Hey, what do we got?
How you doing?
This is
Here we go.
incredible.
Is this?
Yeah.
This is totally
I
incredible.
can't believe the turnout with the excitement, enthusiasm. And
Well, we
the
actually
crowd.
had warm-ish weather for a little bit, right?
Yeah.
So it got everybody excited about riding again, and then it got cold. And but you guys have done a great job. I don't think anybody expected to see this many motorcycles, all these vendors, and all of these people at a motorcycle dealership in the middle of February. This is fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, and this is our first year doing it, so it's greatly exceeded my expectations. And it's obviously we had our first spring. Now this is the week of second winter.
Yeah.
And that's the cycle in the Midwest, right? You get 3 or 4 winters and a couple little
Yeah.
springs, and it's great to see everybody. Love the energy.
What I love is that you guys are really pulling the resources from both dealerships, Chicago Cycle Works, BMW, Vespa, Aprilia, all that, and you're integrating it here in Villa Park at Motorcycle Center, which historically has been Ducati, Triumph, KTM, with a few other brands as well. But now it looks like you're finally starting to integrate all the other brands here at this massive dealership. I mean, this used to be a car dealership, right?
It was a Ford dealership. So we're at Motorcycle Center in Villa Park. For 65 years, this facility was Oakfield Ford.
Yeah.
So, and in our sister store, Motorworks Chicago, 1901 Southwestern, motorworkschicago.com, is a brick building with no parking lot, no exterior
Right.
footprint. I was
Totally
29
different.
years old when I opened that, and I'd never been really to other motorcycle dealerships around the country. I didn't understand how unconventional it was. So this gives us an opportunity. We have parking here. We can do demo trucks here at Motorcycle Center in Villa Park. We just have the ability to do things that, due to our geography in Chicago, we can't do. I got into this business as an enthusiast. I saw, frankly, a lack of passion, a lack of enthusiasm in many of the stores. When I was an enthusiast, the business was more transactional.
Right.
And this facility, having a 30,000 square foot building under roof with a 3.5 acre parking lot allows us to do things that we'd never be able to do in Chicago. The first couple years here was really busy with just acquisition and frankly making it all work and making sure it was successful and that we kept the plane in the air. And now we get to focus on the fun stuff, and this is the beginning.
Yeah, the cool thing is, in the motorcycle industry, you have the traditional dealerships that have floor space and parking lots, and then they, like Ducati and Vespa, started developing what they call boutique dealerships, smaller, and that's really that's really the mold that Chicago Motor Works fit into.
It's a giant boutique.
And you have both now.
Yeah.
And like you said, this massive facility with a massive parking lot on major roads, accessible by at least 3 major highways. This is perfect. And the fact that you guys pulled this off in the middle of February is pretty awesome. Well done.
Well, what we've pulled off is great, but we did this in collaboration with our community partners and our OEM partners.
Yeah.
We got some really great folks here. Heavy Enduro here. We got Giovanni from Ride On. adventures. You're obviously here supporting the event.
Well,
The local Ducati club.
Yeah.
You know, Dave Fields, our Triumph rep, showed up. Ben Rader, our KTM
We got
rep,
helmet companies
showed
here,
up. Tim
apparel
Schmidt
companies.
from Helmet House. You know, this is not a story of me.
It's a big
This
deal.
is a story of we, Kenny. So thank you for being part of it.
Yeah, no, it's a really big deal. Thanks for allowing us to be here and set up a little booth, and you know, we're kind of getting ready for Daytona. And
I'll see you at Daytona.
I know, and I know that, you know, that this is one of your part-time jobs. Your other part-time job is riding motorcycles and playing around with the factory BMW team, Orange Cat Racing, and you guys have had a fantastic off-season testing. SDK did great over in Europe on what's a new BMW to him.
Yeah.
And we won't see Superbikes at Daytona, but you guys have been doing a lot of testing with that. What are your expectations for SDK and, of course, Jason Uribe in the Superbike class this year?
I'm really, really optimistic what the capabilities and the potential for Orange Cat Racing. I don't want to come out preseason and talk a bunch of schmack and jinx everyone.
We all have our expectations and our hopes and dreams. And
I mean, you have it's a continuation of the Titler's package, which is a championship winning package. We have Sean Dillon Kelly and Jason Uribe.
Alpha Prep BMWs.
I mean, you know, we've got some of the best bikes on the grid, and some of the technology and the development that's happening behind the scenes is really impressive. Our testing schedule is really robust. The team is gelling really well. I don't want to spoil anything that just happened at Podium Club, but that test exceeded expectations.
And you don't have to you know, push those buttons. I will, because you guys won the stock championship last year with Andrew Lee, his third national championship in that class. Clearly, the team gelled last year enough to come together with Andrew Lee taking several podiums, winning the championship. Jason Uribe just barely missed the championship with several podiums as well. I think the team's there. The bikes are better this year. You guys have more parts from Alpha than you guys had last year, obviously in the Superbike package. So
and we're the official BMW team. So not only do we have the relationship with Alpha, we have the support and the relationship with the factory.
It's a big deal.
Yeah.
It's a big deal, and talking about factory stuff, we'll change gears to the Italians. You know, a lot of people think, if I'm going to go racing, I'm going to ride. You know, we're going to field a Ducati. It's easy enough to say, because you can go to any local dealership and buy a Ducati V4 or a V2 or whatever else, right? But the issue is that you don't get that type of support, or you don't win races and you don't win championships in this series unless you have factory support.
100%.
Unless you can call Italy and speak high-speed Italian, your motorcycle's not going to be as fast as it should be.
Yeah, 100%. And that's why, you know, you see the success that, you know, Warhorse has. You see the success that, you know, Ray Hall's team has, and you need that factory cooperation, and we've got that at a really high level from BMW. And I think, you know, really another layer here is that it's a 2-year contract. You know, that we have a 2-year agreement with BMW or Orange Cat, I should say.
You need that going into the offseason.
2-year commitment with Sean Dillon Kelly. You know, and this is, you know, for a professional rider, if he doesn't have next year's deal signed, he kind of needs to start looking for a job in July or August. I mean, maybe I don't know that from personal experience, but I just put myself in that rider's shoes. I have to be looking at next year. What am I doing next year? And we know what we're doing next year.
Well, I mean, historically, Laguna Seca was always the tryout for next year.
Yeah.
So
you've been around for a long time. I'm not telling you anything.
Yeah. You know. I mean, not a long time, but 40 years. You know, it's a little while. But so July, Laguna's in July.
Yep.
And Laguna is always the tryout for next year. So if you're not sure about your deal next year, you're throwing everything at Laguna. Plus, not only are you competing against or in front of the Moto America National Championship guys, but usually you got World Superbike guys, you got MotoGP guys. Everybody in the world has data for Laguna Seca. They know what the lap times are.
That's a really good point. Yeah.
And so
World Superbike is raced there, MotoGP is raced there. That's a really good point. I hadn't considered that.
Everybody can look at Laguna Seca and have a reference point.
Yeah.
Right? Not everybody's been to Daytona to have a reference point. but all of the engineers, all of the riders, all of the teams have been to Laguna.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
They all have reference points on whether or not that guy's good.
Yeah.
So that's why Laguna is the tryout for next year always. Yeah.
No, and another one I'm really excited about seeing you at Daytona is I just had the opportunity to ride the Light Fighter for the first time. I didn't ride the Hooligan bike.
Yeah.
You know, those are Josh Heron and Caleb DeCarroll's machines, but I rode the road race bike, and that thing is incredible. I expected it to be prototyping. It's like a finished bike, and it's fast and capable of some, I think, some pretty competitive lap times.
Yeah, watching Josh in his testing videos and everything else, which are insane to begin with.
Saving the planet with the Light Fighter.
I love it. I have to imagine that even with the Indians and everything else, I have to imagine Josh, and I haven't seen lap times enough to know, again, to have a reference point, but I have to imagine that bike already looks like it's performing better than the Energetica that Stefano Mesa was on.
Yeah.
And not casting aspersions, but I think that Josh is maybe a couple steps ahead of where Stefano Mesa was when he rode the Energetica. So
100%.
We might see an electric bike on a podium for the first time ever in Moto America competition.
It's possible. It's 100% possible. I think Daytona is going to be really demanding. You know, an EV performs the worst at wide open throttle for extended periods of time, and you know, I think that's a pretty significant challenge for the design team, and I look forward to seeing how we overcome it.
Yeah. So I was down there a couple years ago when Stefano was on the Energetica, and I was literally filming a pit stop, and the Energetica comes in beeping and screaming and everything else, and nobody knew what was happening to it because they hadn't had that type of testing on it before. And it was just sending off all kinds of alarms. They couldn't get the alarms to turn off, but that was the reason why. It was they had stressed it so much, it didn't have a chance to cool down, and the bike didn't know how to handle it. And so it just kept throwing alarms at them, and so they just didn't have the success there that they had hoped, obviously.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, this is our first year in the hooligan class, so we'll see where it goes. But I'm really optimistic, and we were just a Podium Club testing on Wednesday and Thursday. And Roland Sands, who is the namesake and title sponsor of the Hooligan Series, had a chance to ride the bike, and you should have seen him coming off.
Really?
This? Oh my God! This is a time machine. I mean, I've never seen Roland that excited about a motorcycle.
it's hard to get Roland excited about much.
He's a pretty chill guy.
He is.
Yeah, he's been he's been around the industry a long time. Competed in 250 GP, and has had the opportunity to ride all kinds of bikes, all kinds of different ways, and he was really over the top excited about the machine.
Well, we love talking to you, but we're going to get around and talk to some of your vendors. I want to talk to the Helmet House guys. I want to talk to Benny Carlson with all the brand new LS2 helmets and stuff like that. We're going to catch up. We're gonna probably see you on stage in about another 10 minutes.
Yeah, Triumph is up next. 10 minutes.
All right, there we go. So we'll see you on stage. Thank you, man. Thanks for having us. All right. Mr. Johnny Chef, everybody. Mr. Johnny Chef. All right. Johnny Chef, who is with Chicago Cycle Works, obviously with Motorcycle Center here in Villa Park. These are the Triumphs that we're going to see next coming up here. Are you guys arguing about who has the better helmet?
How are you?
I'm doing good. Mr. Benny Carlson, how you doing? Mr. Tim Schmidt from Helmet House.
Nice.
These are two of probably the most influential people in the aftermarket industry in the Midwest. I don't even know how many brands you represent at this point.
Yeah, a lot. We keep growing for
It's
sure.
a whole catalog. And I know Benny, so Benny, not only have you been so good with many different brands, Bell, LS2, Climb, all kinds of stuff. You have a massive event in this area every fall.
We do.
Talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, it's just wide open Wisconsin. It was just essentially what Johnny did, right? So there's no IMS show. The show for snowmobiling was dying, and so I was like, we're just going to do a big fall show. So we claim to have the largest power sports show in in the state of Wisconsin for sure. Yeah. So it's snowmobile focused, but it's basically power sports. Huge swap meet. We do stunt shows.
Over here.
We do stunt shows. We do all kinds of stuff. It's just a fun weekend. It's called Wide Open Wisconsin. It's September 25th to the 27th.
So you're really old now. You're not racing as much anymore.
Yeah.
But when you were racing, one of the last bikes I saw you race were the Harley Pan Ams.
Yep.
Talk a little bit about that bike and the development of it, and because you were part of sort of the development of that too.
Yep.
With Bagger Racing League and Moto America and everything. Let's talk about that transition a little bit.
Yeah, so it was just, getting a little bit older, and I just have always kind of, from the XR, riding the XRs in my flat track days, had a good connection with Harley Davidson, and Suburban Motors has always backed me since I was a kid, right? So he's always into building race bikes. Let's make a Harley go fast. So we had, I had 2 baggers, we had a Pan Am, and we had an XR 1200 that we did through the Bagger Racing League. And then kind of moving forward, there was some development with Alloy Art, just some aftermarket stuff, making the baggers, putting that performance aspect onto street baggers for the end consumer through drag specialties, whoever might be by procuring that. So
Love it. There was a weekend where you brought your Pan Am to the CCS / ASRA races at Blackhawk Farms, which is a local racetrack here in the Midwest. It's about 1.95 miles. And the lap record there is a 107 flat, 107.077 or something like that. And if I remember right, you were in the 9s on that thing?
I think,
you were sub 10s.
9, yeah. And that was basically
I couldn't believe it.
That was the only thing that was ever even done to that bike was we put an Öhlins shock on the rear end. We put a cartridge kit in the front end. We got the thing geometrically sound, and then we took the big Pan Am tank off it and just put the Sportster S tank on it.
Yeah.
That was it. That bike was
so what you're saying is that lap time was 100% Benny Carlson, had nothing to do with the motorcycle. That's what I heard.
No. But I'll tell you, the Pan Am's good, and like that thing was eBay CBR 1000 wheels. That thing was like a ragamuffin. So I have no clue. We never took a clicker off it. It just that the Pan Ams are good, other than 4th gear went out of it.
It's amazing.
Transmissions go out of Harleys though, so that's like
well, you got to rebuild them every couple thousand miles.
Yeah.
You probably hadn't built it for 2,500 miles.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Good. We're gonna change gears a little bit. So now you're with LS2 and Climb and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You have a bunch of new helmets that just came out.
Yeah. We just launched our 26 line for LS2, based out of Aurora, Illinois. So I'm having a lot of fun.
Aurora.
Yeah. So I'm having a lot of fun.
If you ever need me to grab a couple things and bring them out, I can do that. I can't promise it's all going to get there, but I can pick them up for you.
Right. No, I appreciate it. Yeah, but. So LS2, we had Bell and me kind of split ways after 15 years, and Phil Amendolia from LS2 was fortunate and kind of called me, and so we put a deal together. So it's been fun ever since, and that's it. Yeah.
Let me know next time you're down at Aurora. We'll go to the Roundhouse.
There we go.
All right. Good deal. Tim Smith, one of the best reps in the area, I swear. Shoei and HJC, Helmet House. You guys have so many brands. Talk a little bit about like top level brands that you guys have just as an umbrella for everything else that's in the catalog.
Yeah, for sure. So what we do is we just specialize in the rider, right? We want to make sure that they've got the best gear that they possibly can to have a great riding experience and be safe while they're doing it. So obviously Shoei, they're one of the top premium helmets in the world. We've got the new Neotech 3. We've been selling a lot of them today. We probably sold 10 of them so far.
Wow.
Just built-in communication system by Senna. Everything Shoei's known for rider comforts, right? They vent really well. They're aerodynamic. They're quiet. Their optics visibly correct. Pin locks in the box. Just gives you a really good riding experience.
Let's talk about the optics.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people really don't understand that.
Sure.
A lot of people don't understand the data and the amount of work that goes into making the optics so good on these helmets.
Yeah.
A lot of people think that a helmet shield is a helmet shield and a helmet's a helmet. It is absolutely not the case. Talk about what goes into building the shields for the Shoeis and why is it so specific? Or how is it so specific?
Yeah, for sure. So Shoei helmets, all handmade in Japan. Everything except the face shield. This face shield is made from a company here in the U.S., and it's the only company that they found that could make a three-dimensionally curved shield like this that's completely optically correct with no visual distortion, like cheap sunglasses from a gas station, right? Because obviously when you're on a motorcycle, you're looking through a face shield or the windshield, that's not optically correct. Let's say now you're riding a face shield, that's not optically correct. You have a pin lock in there, that's not optically correct. You throw it on the drop down sun shield, That could not be optically correct on other helmets other than the Shoei. So what happens is you get that distortion, right?
Yeah.
So subconsciously, your pupils and stuff are like dilating, trying to focus in, and you just kind of get like rider fatigue, right? You don't really notice it, but really, that's a whole heart of Shoei, is giving the consumer the best riding experience. It's those little details like the rider fatigue from the eyes, or having a really big eye port so you have no peripheral vision distortion on the sides. The ventilation, you open the vents, you feel the air flowing, right? So you're not overheating. Or the aerodynamics, you're not subconsciously adjusting for buffeting or yawning, the helmet wanting to go left or right. They take all that and little minute things, but when you add them all up, it gives you a great riding experience. And you know, wearing Shoei, you go to the gas station after a 2-hour ride, all you do is you put up the shield, pump your thing with gas. Everybody else rips off their helmets like they just got done running a marathon, right? It's like you were riding your bike. But that's just the coolness.
I think a lot of people wear their helmets because they have to, not because it's comfortable and because they enjoy it. And one of the things that I've been lucky enough to have good helmets. I've invested in helmets because it's worth the investment. And I've always had I've had helmets that have not been optically correct in the shield. And you're right, I get the fatigue, especially I didn't feel it as much on the racetrack, but on the road for sure, because you're looking at so many other things. And one of the last helmets that I bought was the Shoei GT Air,
Great helmet.
which was very similar to this helmet. Very similar scoops for the air, very similar in the pin lock and the drop down, everything else. I can say that's number one. It's the quietest helmet that I've ever had.
Sure.
It's the most ventilation that I've ever had. I can literally feel air running across my head, and in fact, it sucks my hair up into the vent, which means that it has that Venturi effect. I can see that happening with your hair. And I can feel the air coming in through the front. So for those that are looking for help, and dealerships have the opportunity to swap out the cheek pads
for sure.
to give it a custom fit. Talk about that, because that's not available for all helmets.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So most of the helmets, because Shoei's utilizing 3 shell sizes in the production of their helmets. So the inside fits the outside, but even a step further is most of them come stock with like a 35 millimeter cheek pad. So you can make them thinner, which would give you a little bit more room, or you can go the opposite, make them thicker and make them a little bit tighter fit, right? Yeah. And there's even a new program that Shoei's come out with, like the Shoei Perfect Fit system, where we can customize the interior of the helmet as well with different pad thicknesses up on top, and it's a whole setup. It's pretty cool.
You said that this helmet specifically comes with the Cena already built in?
It doesn't come with it built in, but it's all ready to go. So it's the SRL.
Already wired.
Yeah. You just remove this plate. There's the speakers just literally clip in. You remove the ear pouch. There's a place to hook in the boom mic, and it's all ready to rock.
Love it.
Yeah, for sure. It's good stuff, man.
So a couple other brands you represent.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
So we've got HJC, the world's largest helmet manufacturer. They've been in business for a long time. What you get with Shoei, it's a great Korean company. Value, right? So for what you pay and what you get, this is a new model that just came out called the I-11. So it's a race-inspired, sportier look to it. Yeah, absolutely.
Before we go too far, I want to talk about this just a little bit. Helmets have different shapes.
They do. Yeah.
And they act differently in the wind, especially based on where you're at on the motorcycle. For instance, my wife, I got her a really nice, expensive helmet, which had a round profile, and she was sitting behind me on a Goldwing, and her head was buffeting all over the place because of the wind coming off of me. It just didn't work for her.
Yeah.
But it wasn't a cheap helmet.
Yeah.
I had to buy another helmet. I bought the RF 1200 when that was the popular helmet because it was more aerodynamic and it lowered the buffeting for her. She was significantly more comfortable. It was a little bit quieter.
Yeah.
Talk about the shape of the helmets as well a little bit, and why you would have different shaped helmets for maybe different riding that you might be doing.
Yeah, it's a little difficult to go when you're talking like the passenger in your unique situation. Yeah. But with Shoei and actually HJC, they're one of the only 2 helmet manufacturers that I still believe only own a full-size wind tunnel. So what they're able to do in their development stages is bring bikes in with the windshields, with the fairings, and put the body dummy on top of it with the helmet, and create real road wind coming up from the side, coming up from the fairing to really get rid of that buffeting and stuff. So that's kind of what they do, is they take all that data together and kind of make a universal shape that kind of works well for it, versus just building in a computer and thinking it's good.
And it's going to change based on the riding that you do. For instance, where's like the RF like 1400 or something? Yeah. So So on a helmet like this, which is meant for a sport bike, right? You're gonna be tilted forward a little bit more, which puts your vents, pointed down, which is going to be different than if you're riding a more upright motorcycle, where you're going to want the vents.
Your GTR, right?
Yep, where you're going to want the vents up on top that might be coming over a windshield.
Correct, exactly. You hit the nail on the head, right? Obviously, there's also a shield in here that they're building around. But yeah, where they position the vent and then with the rear vents, and they actually use kind of like a high-low pressure system. As the air kind of comes over here, it creates like a vacuum across the back. So not only are you getting the ram air, like you alluded to, having that specifically purposely built right where the best that they could, then you get kind of this pull through suction in the back. And like you said, the grooves with the hair, literally inside the helmet, you feel that air cooling you down. It's awesome.
Now, some people have mentioned the fact there are several different rating systems. DOT, which doesn't really mean anything to anybody that's in the industry. You have the European standard, and you have the Snell standard.
Sure.
Now, the Snell, not all helmets that are high-end, well-built helmets meet the Snell rating. Explain that a little bit, because it's not that the quality isn't there. It's because the way the Snell tests them hasn't necessarily pushed forward to where the helmets are. Can you explain that?
Yeah, it's kind of, that's a big conversation, right? We'll just hit it from 30,000 feet,
exactly.
right?
Yeah.
So DOT is Department of Transportation. Any helmet sold in the U.S. needs to be DOT approved, right? Then you have ECE, which is the European version of that, of DOT, right? So the ECE isn't necessarily coming here testing helmets built for the U.S., right? That's a DOT's job. But the cool thing about Snell, what that is it's a private organization that does more vigorous testing than DOT or ECE, right? So one of the testing that they do is multiple impacts, right, within the same region, where there's some bad rap on that, like, hey, that makes a helmet heavier, that's a car racing thing. But if you think about it on a motorcycle accident, you usually crash twice. You're going to fall off the bike and hit your head, and you're sliding. Either the bike's going to hit you again, you're going to hit a curb, you're going to hit a car, you're going to hit something again. So to have two impacts within the same region is pretty important. Really, the bad rap behind Snell is because of the integrity a little bit of their shells. They tend to be heavier than some other brands.
Well, and one of the things I remember when I was at the dealership level, there are certain things like built into this helmet, right? Where it has the drop down shield inside, and at the time, Snell, the Snell testing would crush the outside piece.
Puncture resistant. That's exactly.
But it wouldn't go past that. But they wouldn't Snell rate it because of how their policy was written or how their standard was written.
Yeah, exactly.
But that doesn't mean that this is a low quality helmet by any means.
Correct, exactly, yeah. That was one part of it, and then two, with the base plates, kind of how they would test it on the side, so that there's no modular helmets that pass Snell. They could be made right now. The problem is they'd weigh too much and they'd be a little bit unweighted, so they wouldn't be very comfortable to wear. But for road racing or your impacts, Snell's a really great safety rating.
Talk about how important it is to have a properly fitted sized helmet, because we know that a lot of people, when they buy helmets, at least one size too big. And what's the safety risk in that?
Yeah, for sure. So I would say, hands on, you can hang out with me. I think, like I said, we sold 10 Showies so far today. Everybody's probably a size or larger when they grab it themselves and what they think, right? But just showing them how they should fit, where your eyes should be, kind of center in the helmet, shouldn't be coming down too far. Yeah, because what's going to happen is the helmet is going to turn on your head, right? So that's important for when you crash, that doesn't happen. And more so when you wear the helmet, right? So it's the biggest it's ever going to be the day at the dealership, because nothing is broken in yet. And it's going to break in a little bit more as you go. So yeah, it's really important to get properly fitted around the top of the head as well as the cheek pads, but really focusing on how the helmet fits around the head versus the cheek pads. Everybody always says it's too tight down here and they want to jump ship and go to the next size up. But you should fit a helmet around the top of the head.
If you're looking for a helmet, find a dealership that can do custom fitting. Make sure you get the custom fit so you have the right helmet so you're safe on the road. Tim, thank you so much. Helmet House, Shoei, HJC,
Alpine Stars, Cardo, Quad Lock. We have all the brands, CD Boots. We've got it all. There's even more. Santa Communication Systems, Fast House Motocross Gear. Come check us out.
There you go. All coming as a sponsor for CycleVision Network this season. Thanks, Tim. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Yeah. All right. We are getting ready for the next presentation here. They're going to launch presentation of some of the new Triumphs coming up here in just a few minutes. trade? Or I'm tired yet? Where'd you get that? This food's starting to fly around over here. Hey, how you doing? My name is Kenny. I'm with CycleVision Network.
Nice to meet you.
Kurt, how you doing? Tell us a little bit about who you are, where you're from, and you're giving away a motorcycle.
Absolutely, yeah. Kurt Bruner with the Ton Up Club Chicago. We built a 76 CB 550 cafe racer style, which is sort of the style of our club. Thank you, appreciate it. All donated parts, labor, low budget build because everyone was kind to give us everything we needed. Then we're gonna.
Low budget at all.
Well, thank you. Well, it's nice to have a guy that can do paint in the club for free, which is nice.
Since you mentioned that, talk a little bit about this paint. It's unique. It
is.
It's not like a gold flake. What is that?
It is. It's a Benji kit. The tank and tailpiece is an old Benji kit that a club member donated.
Okay.
And it had a big round tail light in it that he took out, smoothed it all out, and he painted it. And then he did the gold leaf trim on it.
So it is gold leaf.
It is gold leaf.
Okay.
With
Because
the
it
old
has so
school,
many different colors in it. It looks
it's like
different.
that model, yeah, with the old school Honda decals, which I think is really nice.
Twin shock.
It is, you know.
There's
So
obviously some billet.
yeah,
there.
we did some custom work on it, some frame modification, pod filters, rejetted, some nice custom-made parts, and then we're going to raffle it off with all proceeds going to Mercy Home for Boys and Girls in Chicago.
Love that.
So all the profits are going to a really good cause, a really good not-for-profit charity where almost all the money goes towards the kids.
For anybody that's not here today, where can they go on the website, social media to get more information
Go
about
to,
that?
we have a QR code on these boards, but if you go to Ton Up Club Chicago, you'll be able to buy tickets online there. And it's one ticket for 20, 6 for 100. And you don't need to be present this June to win, but you do have to come get it in Chicago if you do win. Or if it's close, we might be able to deliver it, but you just have to be able to come pick it up.
And talk about the Ton Up Club a little bit. What do you guys do? Where do you
Well,
meet? Where do
we're
you
a
ride?
bunch of old guys that like old vintage motorcycles. It started. It's based on the the 50s, 60s culture in England, the cafe racer scene, racing from cafe to cafe. Chicago has a chapter started probably 20, 25 years ago. We have chapters all over the world. A couple years ago, Larry Fletcher, who started the local chapter, decided to step down. And the guys voted me in for some strange reason to take over, which I still can't figure out why. But
because you were taller.
yeah, I mean, we don't. We're more of a social motorcycle club, and I wanted to try to turn that into doing some philanthropic work as well.
Love it.
So we're just a bunch of old guys that love bikes, that like to ride them, work on them, talk about them.
Do you guys get out to any of the vintage ARMA races and stuff?
We do. We don't have a race team. Other chapters do race. We try to go to as many local and nationwide motorcycle events as possible. This past summer, our international meetup was in Toronto. I forget the name of the race course, but they had a vintage race in there, so we went up there for that, which was great.
In Toronto, it's Mosport.
Yeah, it was at Mosport. It was at Mosport. Yeah, it was a great time. Great time.
And which is Bowmanville.
Yeah, exactly.
Ontario.
We stayed in Toronto for one day and then out of Bowmanville for the rest.
Anybody going to Daytona next week?
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure people will be going to Barber.
Yeah,
They always go
Vintage
there.
Fest at the end of the year.
We tried to get it into Mama Tried this weekend, but you know it's not a Harley chopper, so it's probably not up their alley. But
Yeah. So again, so just to kind of wrap this up, this motorcycle started as a
one of 3 donated CB550s. We picked the best frame with the title, the best motor from another, bits and bobs from the third, and then really generous club members donated most of the parts. We had to buy a few. Powder coating was donated by a local company. We have a fabricator in our club who did all the custom fab work.
and there's
A paint guy, yeah, exactly. A paint guy that did the paints. It's sort of a labor of love. It took a really long time because it's like herding cats, working with a bunch of guys that work on a bike. But I think it really turned out nice. So we're very proud of it.
So everybody should go to
TonUpClubChicago.com. Look for the link to buy.
TonUpClubChicago.com.
Yep. Look for the link to buy raffle tickets for the bikes. And,
$20 or
6 for $100.
or 6 for $100. So for $20 or $100, you could own this incredible motorcycle.
Could be yours.
And this is just it is amazing. And does it kind of stay here at MCC?
Well, we had it was
Moving it around a
jumping
little bit?
between Motorworks and MCC.
Yeah.
We
Makes
had
sense.
it in their show here over the summer. Then we moved it to Motorworks for the Toys for Tots parade. Then we moved it back here for this show. And then I think we're going to move it to some local motorcycle coffee shops in the area. And then there's a museum out in St. Charles, motorcycle museum. We're going to try to get it out there for a while. Then it'll be on display at Motoblock this summer, where on Sunday we'll pick the lucky winner.
Yeah.
So
How
Sunday
many tickets
Motoblock,
have you guys sold so far? Do you know?
maybe $4,000 worth. We're trying to, our goal was 10 grand for the charity, but we'll see how it shakes out.
Yeah. Well, let's hope everybody gets to TonUpClubChicago.com.
Yeah, that would be great.
And just buy $100 worth of tickets.
It's
Just
for a
buy
good
6
cause.
apiece.
It's good. It's for a really good cause.
It's $100. It's a charity. It's a write-off. I'm sure it's a 501c3.
Yep.
So donate to the kids, and you can own this incredible piece of art. And it's probably a little heavy to hang from the ceiling, but I'm sure you can find a good place in the dining room for it.
It would look nice on a wall or in the dining room. I agree. Yeah, could not have said it better myself.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
For taking the time.
Thank you.
And
Thanks for
good
that.
luck on getting to that $10,000 goal.
Appreciate it.
And we'll be looking for this, and we'll keep our eyes out and for this around the Chicago area.
Definitely come to Motoblock this summer where you can see it on display, buy more tickets, and then pick it up on Sunday.
Love it. Sounds great.
All
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right.
Appreciate
Have fun at the show.
All right, we'll do.
Yeah.
You too. Thank you.
Look at this.
Thanks,
This is
guys.
crazy.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. Stay in touch with me. Let me know.
We'll do.
Um,
I think it's going to be a Grandin Gears somewhere. I've been at a coffee shop down in St. Charles. Yeah. Appreciate it. Thanks.
yeah, man. Thank you.
And times to unveil, but before we get into that, I just want to make sure everybody is aware of our vendors and community partners who are here this afternoon. We got our man Kurt Brewer here next way. Kurt and a custom Honda CB554. This is a bike that was all restored and customized. They're raffling it off to raise money for the Mercy Home for boys and girls. They donated the bike, they donated the work, they paid for the paint work, they bought the parts. The bike is, essentially no cost to it. Every dollar generated from a raffle ticket sold goes directly to the Mercy Home for boys and girls. And the Mercy Home for boys and girls bears the distinction of 96% of the money that they take in goes directly to kids, and they spend 4% running the organization. So of these $20 raffle tickets, $19.20 of the $20 you spend goes to benefit a young man or a young woman who is deserving. So be generous, buy a ticket. Worst case scenario, you donated $20 to a great cause. Best case scenario, you got a badass CB 554 in your garage. So that's Kurt. Give him a wave. Kurt, thank you for coming. Ton Up Club. You rock. This is the crew behind Motoblock too. So if you have any questions about Motoblock, you're a vintage classic bike enthusiast, great people, longtime friends, and they've really given a lot to the riding community. Andy and Susan, heavy enduro, off-road instruction.
Giovanni Roa, Ride On Academy, more off-road instruction. We got our guys Kenny at Cycle Vision Network that are here doing interviews, filming this whole thing, and helping us promote the event and promote our vendors and OEM partners and community partners. We got Mitch Chernusky. Mitch is the master of insurance. Give us a wave back here, Mitch. Mitch sells a unique insurance product that allows you to ride your motorcycle at motorcycle track days. I've sent him a fair bit of business over the years for people looking for that coverage. And something that they've shared with me is that he's also saved them money and offered better coverage. He understands the assets. He's a motorcycle enthusiast. So if you don't love your insurance agent, go say hi to Mitch. Yeah, we've got Kathleen Casey here. Kathleen, give us a wave. Motovid.com in their 22nd year, I believe. So they provide motorcycle track days at Blackout Farms, Road America, other tracks through the Midwest. If you want to learn how to be faster, safer, have some fun at the racetrack, go see Kathleen and learn more about how you can join them for a track day. We got Jason here, Midwest Overland Outfitters. You've got an adventure bike, want to learn how to ride that bike safely and competently off-road and be able to tackle something like the Trans-Wisconsin Adventure Trail. These are your guys. Go say hi. They've got some tours and some training and some other things booked for the season. Club and community partners. Chicago Region BMW Club. Personally, I've been a member for over 30 years. Great group of people. We've got Connor and Jeff from Royal Enfield here. We have Ben, our KTM rep here. We got local fast guy, Benny Carlson here with LS2 helmets. Tim Schmidt, Helmet House. Tim, give us a wave. Tim has been trained by the Shoei team in Japan on how to size a Shoei helmet. If your helmet doesn't fit perfectly, or if you're curious about what a perfect fit could be, Tim is a good guy to talk to. He's also an expert in the Alpine Stars Tech Air product. If you are not wearing an airbag in your street riding or track riding, I'd like to know more about why. We've got our pals from Drill here, Anil, and the local Ducati Club, Desmo Owners Club, Ducati Riders of Illinois. And last but certainly not least, our man Dave Fields drove down from Minneapolis today, brought us a motorcycle that is sold to a customer, which we're very grateful for. Come on up, Dave. And he's going to talk to you about the all-new Tiger. Dave Fields! Yeah. He's going to talk to you about the Tiger 900 Rally and the all-new Triumph Bonneville T120. But before I hand the mic over to Dave, I want to just share a little history about Motorcycle Center and Triumph. So in the process of buying the store, I was given the archives and shared a story about how Motorcycle Center became a Triumph dealer. So Greg, one of the former owners, read in a magazine that Triumph was coming back and wrote a letter to Triumph in the UK and said, hey, you guys come to the US, we want to be your dealer. Skip to the end, I think it was 1995 or 1996 was the first year in 95. Thank you, Dave. And the brothers had gone to the motorcycle show in Canada where they'd seen the bikes, signed on as a dealer, and we here at Motorcycle Center are one of the 12 original Triumph dealers in the U.S., and that gives us the distinction of being the oldest Triumph store in the U.S. So, thanks everybody, and appreciate the support, because these milestones don't happen. You don't make it 30 plus years with an OEM partner without community support. That's not a story of us or something that I did or Jeff did or Greg did. That's a story about something we all did together. And with that, I'm going to hand the mic over to Dave, and he's going to tell you about the motorcycles. Thank you, Dave.
Thank you, Yanni. Great history, and it's really proud to be part of it. I've been with these guys for 18 years, and it's been incredible seeing the community and the tribe that they build around the dealership. So thank you. 2026, the Tiger 900. So this year we're going with the Tiger 900 Desert model, and really some big changes for the bike as far as standard accessories. So a cat-rich exhaust system on here, standard. We got the upper and lower engine guards, a heavier duty skid plate. This bike has the standard quick shifter. We've got the motor stays the same. People really love the triple engine on the Tiger 900s and the power delivery that it has. So the engine stays the same 106 horsepower, real solid middle range torque out of it. 7-inch TFT screen, full connectivity for your phone to have that for your navigation and for your music and those kind of features that are there. So it's got all those features that are already in the bike. You got the off-road pro, rain modes. All of those things are standard on the bike. The thing that most people do with a bike like this is they upgrade to accessories with various luggage and things like that. A lot of stuff from Triumph, a lot of stuff through the aftermarket. But the Tiger 900 Desert model really is the off-road version, and there's also an Alpine model. But when you get a chance to look at these and there's some down here, make sure you get a chance to walk up to them, sit on them, check them out. Urban Gray and Orange starts at $17,995. I have to mention that part. The Modern Classics, the entire range of Modern Classics is updated for 2026. And the big change with this, these are the bikes that are quintessential to the Triumph lineup. It's that Bonneville looking style, that classic British parallel twin. So it's not maintaining that classic look, but bringing it up to date with some modern technology. So that is a corner enhanced ABS and traction control, but they've done it in a way so it doesn't really intrude on the look and style of the bike. So this has all those modern features you expect on any bike, but it's done in a stylish way. Then on the T120, we've got T120 Black and the T120 two-tone. We got it available in stone gray or blue and white on the regular bike. And then we're looking at the matte finish on here as well as the jet black version. So the T120 Black, the biggest change on there, like I said, was about having the enhanced electronics. There's also a place on the left side of the controls. You've got a USB-C port to take your devices along and charge on the bike without having to run a cable down to the battery. Bike starting at $13,995 to $14,445. So T120 Black, just that classic looking style of the Bonneville parallel twin motor looking good. Next up, we come down to Andy to talk about some of the new models for Triumph on the off-road line.
Thanks a bunch. I appreciate you having me. So this is actually my personal bike. I paid my own $6 for this, so I bought this bike myself. Triumph has dirt bikes. For all of you who don't know, Triumph has never had dirt bikes before. This is new for them. They make a 250 and a 450. They make a motocross model. They make a woods model, and then they make more of an enduro model. So they have quite a few models to choose from, depending on what you're looking for. Traditionally, I've gone with a different orange brand that I've ridden, and I've stuck with that for many, many years in like a two-stroke. I've never been a four-stroke guy. So one of the things that really sold me on this bike is traditionally 254 strokes do not want to idle. At low RPM, they just don't make the torque or the power to get going. So you tend to stall and flame out a lot. And this particular bike really impressed me. I was actually here with Johnny. He let me test ride it before I even bought the bike, which is pretty unusual for dirt bikes. And I leaned this thing completely over, let the clutch out, dragged the front brake, and I could not get this bike to stall, which for a dirt bike in a 254 stroke range is pretty impressive. It's pretty amazing. Riding the bike out of the box, they really kind of came out swinging and spared no expense. I mean, they went with full Brembo brakes, full KYB suspension. Every component on here has been top shelf. I put about 20 hours on this bike already, and I beat the absolute crud out of it. And I will say, generally, I'm pretty stingy on buying new bikes. I try and buy used bikes, but I was so impressed with this bike that I had to buy one new. So I think to me that says a lot. It comes from the factory with horn, ready for turn signals, headlights, taillights, a dash that tells you over your hours. There's a really awesome app they have that actually can log your oil changes, all your maintenance records, your hours. You can tune it on the fly, right? And that's all for free in an app. This also comes with quick shifters, mode controls, launch controls, traction control. So it comes out of the box with a lot of premium features that other manufacturers are charging extra for. So I can't say enough about these bikes. If you haven't tried one, I would say for sure go out and test one. Don't kind of throw these under the bus thinking that Triumph is a new manufacturer. They put everything they had behind this, and I definitely am really impressed with it. That's all I got. Heavy Enduro, we used to do a bunch of training, but now we kind of have left that over to our friends at Ride Solutions. But what we've been setting up is we've been setting up a race series here locally. So traditionally, I generally ride adventure bikes, and if I want to race my adventure bike against other bikes, I have to race against dirt bikes locally. So it's me and 30 dirt bikes, and I'm getting completely smoked, right? So we've set up some local series here at Fox Valley Off-Road. We've set up a series in Tennessee. We've set up a series in Kentucky. We've set up another series that we just started in Texas. This way you can bring your adventure bike, your dual sport bike, whatever plated street legal bike you have. We have some race series for that. So you can race, say, your Triumph Tiger 900. You can race your, you can't race these because it's a big bike. But you can race a dual sport like a DR650, and you can race against other people with similar bikes in a class that works for you. So we have dates over there for 6 different events we have this year. If you go over there and check, we can talk to you about that later. But yeah, check us out online, heavyenduro.com, if you want to come race with us or learn more about racing.
Awesome. Thank you, Andy. Really, really appreciate it. Giovanni, come up on stage. Next up, we have Giovanni Rowe. Ride On Academy is his outfit, and he has competed in the adventure bike racing that Andy was just talking about. Really grateful to have Giovanni here today. If you're someone that would like support getting started in your journey into the dirt, he's got a lot of resources, and if you're someone that has experience and want to upgrade those skills, he has resources for you as well. I'm going to hand over the microphone and let Giovanni tell you more about what Ride On Academy is all about and how you can use it to improve, enhance, increase your riding performance, increase your skills, level up your safety, and have more fun and more smiles in your off-road miles.
Yeah, smiles and smiles. That's what it's all about there, Johnny. Thank you very much. Appreciate your offering me some time to speak with everybody here. So yes, I'm Giovanni Roa. I teach Ride On Academy. I teach off-road classes. I start with dirt bike school, and I do have a little bit more advanced classes for trail riding, and get to know what the skill sets that are involved with riding off-road. I teach classes for kids as young as 6 years old, and ages go up well beyond there. So, as far as riding with Andy and Susan and Heavy Enduro on the race series, I had a lot of fun. But I got to be honest, I was on my 10 race 700. It was a big bike, and the skill sets that I bring to the table was just not enough. And Susan, around lap 3 or 4 on her, was it 150? I don't know, but it was on a little bike. She said, "Hey, come on," and gave me away. And off she went, and here I was, out of breath, struggling. So there's some skill sets involved with riding off-road that you have to learn about, and a lot of that has to do with your feet. Steering the motorcycle with your foot pegs is a concept that is not really well known with many people. If you do your street riding skills and you use a lot of your upper body, you will get tired. Like Andy was talking about previously, adventure bikes, they're heavy. And doing a 600-mile ride will get you really, really tired. So understanding how to use our legs to steer the motorcycle and get through rough terrain, and be able to do it for miles on end is a very valuable thing to learn. So I'm also a BDR ambassador. Next week, we are going to host the Montana BDR film here at MCC. So if you have some time, you're free, please come out, watch the show. We will be wrapping off some BDR stuff, a Montana map, some shirt and apparel items, and then I will also raffle off a Ride On Academy training book. If you're interested in doing a Ride On Academy class with me, sitting over my vendor corner next to CVN. I can answer any questions that you have about off-road or maybe something about the BDR. But if you have time next week, please come out. All right, thank you, Johnny.
Thank you, Giovanni. Really appreciate you spending the time and energy, dedication to make it down today. Up next, we have Royal Enfield. And in the meantime, if you haven't checked out this beautiful custom CB554 that the Ton Up Club is raffling off to benefit the Mercy Home for Boys and Girls. Kurt, do a jumping jack so we know who you are. There we go. That's a jumping, knee replacement jumping jack. Raffle tickets are only $20, and it goes to a great cause, and you might end up with a really cool motorcycle in your garage. And with that, Jim P is going to turn the tunes back on and turn the microphone off. Stay tuned. Royal Enfield at 2 p.m.
How you doing? Having fun yet? No idea. What's up, guys? That's a nice jacket, Mitch.
I just said that.
Where'd you get that? Woo! Grab something to eat. I'm okay shutting it down for a bit if you want. What's up, everybody? Hey, thanks for hanging out with us at MCC today, Motorcycle Center in Villa Park. As you see, there's a lot going on here. We're kind of wandering around. We've got a lot more manufacturer demos coming up, or some more manufacturer introductions, some new motorcycles. We're interacting with the crowd here. We're going to take a little bit of a break and grab some lunch and reset here, clean up our table a little bit, and get set up for some interviews coming up here this afternoon. But thanks for hanging out with us on Cycle Vision Network and for watching Exhaust Noise. Hope you're having a good time with us. Obviously, we're just going live all day here at
MCC in Villa Park. But like I said, we're going to take a little bit of a break. We'll be back here in a little bit. Hang out with us. Go grab some lunch. If you're in the Aurora area, make sure you stop by the one and only Roundhouse for lunch over there. I like the the turkey chimney sandwich over there. But we'll be back here. We're going to come back with more live coverage of the AIM Expo at MCC in Villa Park right here on Cycle Vision Network. Thanks for everybody. We'll be back here in just a few more minutes. Tell your friends.
Hello.
Hey, there you go. All right. So, do you know where we are today?
MCC.
MCC. Yep. Do you ride motorcycles?
No, I want to though.
You do. Does your dad ride a motorcycle?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know what kind of motorcycle he has?
Ducati Multistrada.
Beautiful. Do you get to ride on it with him?
My sister does.
Oh, okay.
I just didn't want to.
Oh, you didn't want to yet?
Yeah, not yet.
Not yet. When do you think is that age where you're going to do that?
10.
10? How old are you now?
9.
Okay. So maybe in a year you'll get on a motorcycle?
No, my birthday's in July.
Okay. So maybe this summer you'll get on the back of a bike.
Yeah.
What's exciting about that? Are you excited to do that, or were you scared to do that?
I just a little nervous.
Nervous? What makes you nervous about it? Like what do you think is going to happen?
I might fly off.
Sure. What if you hold on to him real tight?
Then I would be fine. But I would probably squish him.
I can tell you that you probably won't squish him, and as long as you hold on real tight and he knows you're holding on tight, he can feel you holding on tight, chances are everybody's going to be real comfortable.
Yeah.
He won't ride where he'll flip you off, right? Yeah. So did you ever want to ride a motorcycle yourself?
Maybe when I'm older.
When you're older, yeah. Have you ever watched like any of the motocross kids that ride when they're really young?
No, but I watch MotoGP.
You watch MotoGP? Do you ever watch some of the American Superbike stuff, Moto America, or just the MotoGP?
Just MotoGP.
Okay. Do you have a favorite rider in MotoGP?
Pecco.
Pecco? Bagnaia? What do you think he's going to do this year?
I don't know.
You think he's going to get back on the podium this year?
Yeah, probably.
All right. Do you remember what kind of bike he's riding?
I think he has one over there.
He has the
over
Ducati.
there. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you remember what number he is?
63.
Very good. Absolutely. He is 63. Yeah. Good deal. So are you having fun here today?
Yeah.
What's the coolest thing you've seen since you've been here?
Probably the bikes.
Yeah. Which one? Is there a bike that you like?
I like all of them.
You like all of them? Okay. If you were to pick one, if you're gonna buy your father a birthday present or a Christmas present here, which one would you buy?
The Street Fighter.
Oh, the Street Fighter, the Ducati. You're staying in the Ducati family.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have your own helmet yet?
No.
Helmet? No.
I used to wear a helmet when I was a kid
Yeah.
because my head was like kind of broken.
Oh, was it?
Like it was like not in the correct shape.
Gotcha. So
So
you
I
have
had
wore
to-
a helmet to
Yeah.
shape it right? Well, it looks perfect.
Yeah.
Good. Well, thanks for hanging out with us and being on the show. You're going to go out and wander around a little bit and
Yeah.
see some more motorcycles and have some lunch?
Yeah.
Cool. What's your name?
Gabriel.
Gabriel? And then where are you from, Gabriel?
Hoffman Estates.
Hoffman Estates. And what school do you go to?
Lincoln Prairie.
Lincoln Prairie. There you go. Shout out to all the folks in Lincoln Prairie. You're Facebook famous now. You're YouTube famous now too.
I have a YouTube channel.
You do? Tell everybody what your YouTube channel is.
Subscribe to Gamerplay XXP837.
There you go.
Yeah, I'll show it to you.
You'll have like 1 million followers now. Gabriel was out here hanging out with his dad, and they were looking at all the off-road academy stuff and looking at all the Ducatis. I think you've got a future Ducati fan here, a future Ducati rider.
It's this one.
Okay. And what do you have on your YouTube channel?
It's just about like Gran Turismo, Fortnite, Minecraft.
Yeah, so a bunch of gaming stuff.
Yeah.
Very cool. Do you have fun doing that?
Yeah.
Do you do that from home?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have like an office and you have it all set up and do all that?
No.
No.
I play on PS4. Which
Okay.
is the reason I just use my mom's iPad to film.
Yeah, there you go. Perfect. Is that fun? You have fun doing that?
Yeah.
Good for you. And you're 9.
Yeah.
I love it.
My my friend, the dog, also has a YouTube channel.
Okay. So what grade are you in? Like fourth?
Yeah,
Fourth grade? So yeah, so 10 years old, usually about fifth grade, right?
Yeah.
And then what middle school and high school are you going to be going to?
Hoffman Estates High School.
Oh, Hoffman Estates. Okay. All right, good. Cool. Well, thanks for hanging out with us, man. We're gonna send all this back to the producer, and then we're gonna go look at some more motorcycles here. But thanks for hanging out with us for a few minutes. Shout out to everybody out in Hoffman Estates. Yay! All right, cool, bud. See you soon. Yeah, thanks for hanging out. Yep. Yep. just got to eat it. You got to have it real quick.
Test.
There we go. Yeah, just let me know when you're ready. All right. Cool. So, so tell us who you are and what you do here at MCC.
Absolutely. My name is Rex. I am
What a cool name. You have the best name in the place.
It's not my legal name,
Okay.
but thank you. I appreciate that.
Fair enough.
I just
Fair
go
enough.
by Rex. Everyone knows me as that.
Perfect.
Subaru enthusiast back in the day.
Gotcha. Okay.
WRX, Rex.
Yeah.
But it's
Gotcha.
REX is
Gotcha.
how
Okay.
it's spelled so people understand. I am our service manager at MCC.
What a cool service area. For the folks that haven't been here, I remember when they first started building this place out, we came in the service door and it was all Ducati crates up top.
Yeah.
And it just looks like you're busting at the seams with Ducatis, which of course you are. But what a cool aesthetic when you walk into that area.
Absolutely.
And I love how you guys have it set up. And obviously we're in the Northern Hemisphere, so you know, we can't keep motorcycles outside all winter long. You guys have a massive service area.
Yeah.
You do a lot of different motorcycles. And I saw you back there using what looked like, to me, Google Calendar, you know, with all the different colors and getting everybody all sorted out and stuff. That was just what I saw when I walked by. That's what it looked like.
Cool. Good eye.
But you guys are just hella organized. What a cool service area. And obviously you're servicing everything from the Ducatis, the Triumphs, the KTMs, everything.
Yeah.
And but yeah, tell us a little bit about this place and your role and how's your service department working and what can people expect from your service department when they buy a bike from here or get serviced here?
Absolutely. So I have been with MCC since really 2016.
Yeah.
I was a service advisor for years. Left for a little bit to do a little bit of like self-search. Came back in 2022 and became our service manager late 2023. We service all kinds of different brands that we sell here. We also even do BMW as well.
Right.
We have a BMW technician and all the special tooling as well. Motorworks, we're connected with Motorworks Chicago.
Yeah.
And they are also a BMW store. We use a lot of modern technology in terms of keeping up with clients. So, like, we're great with texting, emailing, not just phone calls. We'll still do the phone calls as well. But we're really good with digital communication as well as using G Suite, like you saw, with Google Calendar. A lot of our software is Google. And it's really just easy to keep on track of everything. Whether that be
it's easy to simple to use.
Exactly. So whether that be our spreadsheets, whether that be parts tracing and things like that on our orders, we keep our clients and riders really up to date with what's going on. And we're more communicative than we've ever been. I mean, since 2016 when I started, kind of things were more pen and paper and phone calls. We still do all that, but we added technology, and that makes us so much more efficient and so much more quick to get people their bikes back.
Yeah, which is important, right? Especially during the season. In the wintertime, it's like, okay, cool, here's my bike. I'll pick it up in a couple months, right? Take as long as you want, as long as it's not in my garage, freezing, right?
Yeah.
But in the summertime, it's like, hey, I need an oil change, and I got to ride on Saturday. So, efficiency and cost effectiveness, all those things matter a lot. And when you get into the specialized motorcycles that you guys have, KTM, Triumph, Ducati, it's different than the Japanese brands. And a lot of people may not know that necessarily. The tools that you have are dramatically different. Full kits for Ducatis, right? Just for the single side swing arm, no one's going to have that size nut.
Exactly. Yeah.
You're just not. And there's just all kinds of different tools and specialty things that come along with that. And so if you just take your bike to any other random quote unquote motorcycle mechanic, it's not the same as bringing it to a certified dealership, not to mention the software side of things, right?
Oh, goodness. Yeah. Our TDS tool, and every manufacturer has their own tool with just the craziest things. You've got the Bosch ABS and the IMUs and all these different computers that have to mesh and talk to one another with all this different data. And if you don't have that special tooling, like really figuring out these sophisticated bikes, you're just guessing if you can't have that tool.
So what's your history? How long have you been riding motorcycles? When did you start riding?
Yeah, I started riding in 2012, I want to say.
How old were you?
So I'm old enough to the point now where I couldn't say exactly how old I was. It was early 20s, I want to say, something like early 23 or something like that. I started on an R1, a 2003 R1.
Yeah, it's a great starter bike.
Yeah, it's terrific. Yeah, I was shifting out of first gear at 2 miles per hour.
I got a V4 I want to sell you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It wasn't the best starter bike, but my friend convinced me. I was trying to get an R6.
Yeah.
We took off of work. I was working for the union back then. We took a day off. I had an R6 that I was going to look at, and the guy ghosted us. And we were both like, well, we're going to find something. And, of course, he calls the guy on Craigslist back then. Craigslist was not Facebook Marketplace, but in 2012, Craigslist is where you would look. Yeah. And the only guy that answered had an R1. And so he convinced me to go out there. And next thing I knew, I was buying an R1. I'm alive.
Yeah.
So there's that.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was my intro to riding. I was more into cars my whole life. And then all of a sudden it just became like, well, I've always been a speed addict. I love adrenaline. Yeah. And it became supernatural. I got on 2. I started leaning. I started feeling the G-force take you in as you're turning.
And this is on the street mostly, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I didn't do track until probably when I started here in 2016.
Okay.
I never did a track day.
Yeah.
So I did some drag racing, but that's a different kind of track.
And do you get out to the road race tracks now?
A little bit. I'm still more of a street rider. I really just ride for like normal enjoyment. Yeah. I mean, if you ride on Chicago streets, there's adrenaline everywhere. These drivers are freaking crazy.
Yeah.
So, like, you have to be brave to an extent to be on 2 anywhere in my eyes. So I don't need
So what bike are you on now? Are you still on the R1?
I know. I sold that in 2021 to get engaged. I'm actually currently on a Multistrada, a little bit more, for touring.
And a little more brand appropriate, working at a big Ducati dealership.
Exactly. In 2016, I was Yamaha all the way up till then. Like, I was super, and I still am. Yeah. I still love Japanese products as well. Yeah. I don't knock on any of the manufacturers.
It's all 2 wheels. They all go fast.
And they all make great things and great designs in their own respect.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, since working for Ducati and just being around it every day for so long and riding so many of them, it was really hard to stay off of one.
Yeah, and what a cool model too. I mean, just the fact that one is so versatile, you kind of do anything that you want with it.
Multi-screen.
Yeah,
exactly.
like you don't have to necessarily put it away when it gets cold and slick outside. You could.
Good Michelin tires.
Yeah, it still has the DNA to do that fun stuff. And if you're going to go on a ride with any of these off-road guys, you could still do it with that too. Just put a different tire on it.
So, exactly. Yeah. It's very versatile.
Good. Good for you. Yeah. So for a long time, Johnny Chef and Chicago Motorworks didn't own MCC, and it was, and the brothers were here, and they did a great job. Yeah, they did a fantastic job of sort of helping the dealership progress, right, as much as they could. Yeah. Doing what they did. It used to be in a little shop down the street where service was in the basement, right?
I was a customer then. Yeah. I mean, that was right before. I mean, I think, are you talking about the first shop down the street?
Well, that one too. Because there was 2 shops down the street.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah, they've been in a couple. Yeah.
And then they moved into this joint, and we came up here for the first time. We're like, holy cow, this is okay. Yeah. Okay, boys, like we're here. Yeah. Now what? And one of the cool things, and Johnny talked about it one of the last times we were here, is that this is actually this was the first Triumph dealership east of the Mississippi. So not only is there just some cool racing history with the brothers racing Ducatis in AMA Pro and all that cool stuff back in the day, but they're one of the first Triumph dealer east of the Mississippi. Like, that has some status as well. Like, this isn't just a dealership in the Midwest. This is something even cooler.
Yeah, absolutely. Doug is my other alias. I've got a few names over here for some of the guys that know me well.
go.
You
There
look
go.
glorious as
Yeah,
always.
absolutely. I like the scarf. The scarf's a nice touch.
Thank you for the dance. Tom, he's a great customer for forever. He's a friend of the shop.
You guys have a lot of great customers. I think that so many dealerships, it's sort of stuffy and overly professional, right? Are you here to buy a motorcycle? If not, you can go. Like, I don't need you sitting on my bikes and hanging out at my shop if you're not going to buy something.
Motorcycles.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to get in here, sit on everything.
And I came from that environment. I grew up outside of DC in Northern Virginia, and we had a lot of motorcycle dealerships, and they were all super loose. Like, oh, you want to sit? Yeah, sit on every bike in the joint.
Exactly.
You know, like, oh, are you going to come hang out with us this Saturday? We're not doing a ride or anything. We're just all going to go hang out at the parts shop.
And I worked briefly in automotive, and it was that other kind of what I think you were talking about, the other end of the spectrum, where it's like, no, what are you doing getting in that? Like, are you buying this? Are we talking numbers kind of thing?
Yeah, why are you touching my helmets?
Yeah.
Like,
no, motorcycles.
I thought I'd try them on. I don't know. Like,
MCC has always been really welcoming, and it's really what started me here. I came here as a customer at first, looking at things, buying little gear. I remember when I first came here was when they first got the building here, as they were still setting up the inside, and I took a class, Total Control, in the parking lot.
Oh, cool, yeah.
And so that was actually my intro to meeting everyone, because I came to the old store down the street when my friend bought a Daytona 675.
Oh, wow.
And that was right after.
Fairing or no fairing?
Fairing.
Yeah, right.
Full fairing,
Yeah.
Olin suspension. The previous customer
So badass.
bought like everything for this. It
I
was
really
so
wanted that
set up.
Moto 2 version.
Oh, that was so sick.
So sick.
So pretty. I've seen a couple. They're rare.
It was at a different dealership over in St. Charles. I almost did it.
Yeah.
And I just couldn't justify it enough to the wife to make it happen. And we bought an RV instead.
Well, that's a good purchase too. That's a
is.
fun purchase as well. And you can still get a Daytona Moto 2 edition. You'll find one. Like,
Yeah.
that is,
Well, because they sat, especially the carbon version, they sat on floors for a long time.
Yeah.
For whatever reason. But just going back to the energy, I love the energy here, and it's always been good. Does Johnny Chef bring any extra energy? Because that guy's always on like 20.
oh my God. Does
Right?
Johnny Chef bring extra energy?
Yeah.
That's a question I didn't think I would ever hear.
It was a loaded question.
Yes, yeah.
That was a softball.
yeah.
You're welcome.
Yes, yeah. Thank you for that. Johnny Chef is such a purist. He's such an enthusiast, and he's such a good person working with him. And I love Greg and Jeff too. I can't thank them enough for all what I learned from 2016 to 2020 and what they leveled me up and what I really learned here and became so much more knowledgeable of a rider and able to help all of our fellow riders in this community. But Johnny Chef, in terms of what he's doing and what he's bringing us to, is just
a little different.
I couldn't say another level. That would be selling it short.
Yeah. I think the hard thing with a lot of dealerships is that this is a business, and you have to make money, and you have to run it as a business. It's hard to run it as a playground, right? It doesn't monetize the same way. And so I feel like a lot of dealerships end up feeling very stale and not impersonal so much, but kind of impersonal, and it doesn't have the levity necessarily that other dealerships do. And I think that if you can have a successful dealership and bring some fun to it, and where the staff has fun and the customers have fun, and you're doing fun things, and you have brands that are engaged with the dealership, which is all things clearly that's happening here at MCC and Chicago Motors Works, I think it changes the game.
Yeah.
And the other thing with Johnny, as you mentioned, being such an enthusiast and understanding the industry from so many different perspectives, that not every sales manager or GM in town has that perspective. And it changes things, right?
Yeah.
It changes when you understand the history of BMW. It changes when you understand the history and context of Ducati and Triumph and all these other things, because they all have their own brand identity, right? But they also have their own texture and feel and sound and everything else. And a lot of dealerships, they just kind of stack them. right? So you got red bikes and blue bikes and green bikes and orange bikes, and they're all just stacked. And you're like, okay, yeah, all right, that's cool. But here you've actually created different environments. You have like we're in Triumph, we're in Triumph land right now.
Oh yeah.
And Ducati's back behind us. And,
Yep.
you know, and it's cool. It's just such a different feel coming in here, and then you add, like I said, you know, some of the history. And Johnny and I are going to be together in Daytona for Bike Week as well. I can't wait to see that guy off the rails at the BMW party. But you know, but it would have been easy for the brothers to hand this place off to somebody else. But the fact that Johnny was able to be involved and bring his history and kind of mannerisms to it, I think, as you said, is another level. And I think that our region is better off for it.
I agree.
The problem, however, is that so many other dealerships are closing now that it hurts the sport in general. What do you? I mean, and this, you know, and this may be somewhat of a loaded question as well, but a lot of dealerships are closing. What do you think are some of the reasons that they're closing? And it's not necessarily their fault, but let's talk about the entire climate of motorcycling. What are some of the things that are happening that you're seeing from a dealership level that might be a part of the problem?
Sure. From my narrow
or reasons,
vision,
yeah. Like why are dealerships? You know, like what are some of the things causing dealerships to close?
Sure. From my very narrow vision, what I'm thinking is just younger generations are less and less interested in motorsports, quite frankly.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of people in their teens and 20s that don't have driver's licenses.
Right.
And I think that is also part of it. There's, I mean, not too many teenagers are going out and buying motorcycles, but 20s, like kids in their 20s, if they're not buying motorcycles and these entry-level bikes and things like that, then that's kind of what feeds the fuel, and then they kind of become lifelong customers.
Right.
And if that wanes away, then dealerships close, make less profit, less people coming in, less staff. I don't think that is our trajectory. I do have 100% faith and confidence in Johnny Chef and everything he's done, and our talented crew, and everyone here's a passionate motorcyclist.
Yeah.
And I think
It matters.
Exactly.
It matters.
And I think him being able to assemble that and keep that together is the reason why, you know, now he's got MCC. Who knows what else the future is going to hold.
And I think it's on the shoulders of all of the staff to make sure that they're continuing to push that bar as high as possible and not be complacent with where you're at, to be honest. Like as an outside third party, I think that if you feel that energy from your leadership or from the other people around you, it's your job to continue pushing that agenda, right? One of the, you know, part of my background is, you know, managing the Michael Jordan Motorsports team, right?
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, like the Jordan Suzuki team.
Yeah.
Like it's not that I had to remind people who we were working for every year, but I tried to remind people of who we were working for every year. That we're not allowed to be mediocre.
Winner. He's a winner.
We're not allowed to be complacent.
Yeah.
There's only one trajectory.
Yeah.
And if we don't reach it, we failed. And so we have to so Michael used to always say, well, people would always say, well, there's no I in team, but there's a big I in the middle of win.
Yeah.
And if I want to win, if we want to win, I have to do my part. I have to be me, and I have to play the best I can play. I have to be the best I can be, and you have to be the best you can be if we are going to win.
I love that mentality, by the way.
Right?
Yeah.
And so you can see over the things that he did and over the people that he influences, if he says, hey, look, yeah, you're right, there's no I in team, but there's an I in win. And if I do everything I possibly can and you do everything you possibly can, we together can win and be a successful team. It's one of the things that stuck with me, you know, through the years, because and because people use that analogy all the time. Well, there's no I in win. Being selfish doesn't help the team. Well, let's look at it from this perspective. If I'm doing everything I can, but I have teammates that are slacking off, then how good are we going to be?
Yeah.
And if I don't push you to be your best while I'm pushing myself to be my best, then where are we going? What are we doing?
I couldn't agree more.
Why-
I'm
why-
one of our trainers, and I have a very high standard in terms of how we are. But it's I when it comes down to it. Each person is responsible for themselves to build that team.
Yeah,
and I couldn't agree
and
more.
raise
with
the
that.
bar
Exactly,
and keep that level moving up.
And he asked for us to be ingenuitive and have ideas. He's not the only one that is. I mean, he's brilliant. Don't get me wrong, but part of his brilliance is the fact that he knows his team and he trusts his team and he listens to us and he acts on, we collaborate. It's not just one person. This is a team of eyes.
Yeah, one of the other things I do is I have a leadership curriculum that I coach, and I use the word leadership as an acronym. There's 2 E's in leadership, right? One is effort, and the other effort, enthusiasm, whatever it is you want to put on the wall. The other is empowerment. And what it sounds like Johnny's done is he's empowered his people to take ownership of your role and your department and your own energy and send it.
Absolutely. I love the leash. I'm gonna call it, like, he really lets us, once he has that trust and we work together for long enough, he
Sign
sees
of a good leader.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's part of why I say, like, what Johnny Chef is, and like I can't, just by saying he's on another level and he's upping the bar is an understatement.
Yeah.
And the difference that I've seen him be able
Fantastic.
to do.
Yeah, good for you guys. Yeah, good. Well, and hopefully we see that continue, right? I have a buddy who he has a really good shop down in Cincinnati, and he was doing all the European stuff. So he was working on Ducatis and Triumphs and KTMs and all the good stuff. And then he was sort of approached to have a Triumph dealership. And he's like, yeah, like I'd love to have a Triumph dealership, and I'd love to be a Ducati dealer, but I don't have the liquid asset. I don't have, I don't have the stuff.
Yeah.
And, he was able to kind of make things swing, and he became a Triumph dealer, but all of the things that come with it, he was by himself, and he just didn't have enough bandwidth.
Yeah.
And he was just every day just grinding and grinding and grinding. And it takes the team, the whole team, to grind every day, to do everything. And he felt like he had to do everything, and it was all on his shoulders. And it wasn't their house that gets repossessed if it fails. You know what I mean? It's his. And there's a lot on a leader in that way. And so when you're able to have confidence in your team to help move the bar and push the bar, and you can just kind of stay back and be creative and help them. I mean, the other thing that I tend to look at is a lot of managers in different venues look at a management position as a role where they manage other people. They're at the top of the pyramid, and they look down on everyone else and manage everybody below them. Right?
Yeah.
You picture that?
Yeah.
A servant manager or a servant leader, you flip that upside down and you put your people on top.
Yeah.
And you serve and empower your people.
Absolutely.
And you get the most out of them that way.
Yep.
Right? You're not pushing them down and saying, you work for me and you go do this, and you're bossing them around. It's, hey, what can I do to help you today? What can I do to help you be better at your job? What do you need from me, for us to be better and to crush this thing? Right?
Exactly. And it took a moment when I came over here in 2023. I've worked with some of the techs back when I was here, 2016 to 2020, but it took a moment with new systems and processes, but they know me and they know I'm only here to serve them. Like, that's what I do for them. Like, what do you guys need? What can I get for you? What's going to make you safer, better, faster all at the same time? And
because time is money.
Yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day, it all comes back to those simple things that we hear all the time, right? Time is money. efficiency is wasting. Inefficiency is wasting money.
Yeah, but we still want to do what's best for the rider, and that's new processes. And instead of the technician taking more time, we actually have second and third eyes on a motorcycle, quality control, additional test rides. So we do all these new processes.
It's funny because I was going to ask you what makes you guys different.
Yeah.
So there you go.
That's part of it is our quality control. So the same person that brings the bike in and does the first intake inspection, which is my lead advisor, Abby. She's phenomenal, by the way. So when she looks over those bikes,
love her hair.
Yes, it's terrific. So she looks over the bikes and she's become such an expert at just seeing things that a lot of people do not see. And so she first looks over the bikes, and then she's also the last set of eyes. And we're not the kind of dealer that's like, oh, it was like that or something like that. We own up. Things happen. It's not often, but we fix things for people.
Well, and here's the thing is, even if there was something wrong with it when it came in, why wouldn't we fix it?
Yeah.
Why would we not hand them 120%, motorcycle ready to go?
Oh, we try to make plans with the clients, just like you were saying about kind of what separates us. Oh, I need my oil change. Or let's say I need my Desmo service, my valve adjustment before this trip. It's like the plan might not be actually that you need it before the trip. How many miles are you going?
Right.
What might actually make more sense is do your trip, then drop it off.
Yeah.
So we make these plans before the bike gets taken apart and we put people in a jam.
Yeah.
So
and looking at the mileage that's on the bike, and I think a lot of dealerships they wait for the customer to come in for the X mile service.
Oh,
it's
we talk to them. We make these plans.
Hey, by the way, here's the service interval.
How much miles are you riding this year? Do you want to have it done beforehand so you're not coming back in the middle of summer? Yeah, we really look over the service history. That's a big part of everything.
Yeah.
Looking over what the customer's done. We talk to the customer. We talk to them about what they're doing this year. We're not just an iPad taking orders.
I love it.
Yeah, so we make plans with them. We ask them more questions.
Because you guys have, again, and is not a rip on the Japanese bikes whatsoever, but those four brands are their own category, and they're all very similar to a degree.
I'll agree.
The European brands that you guys have between the two dealerships are all so different from the Japanese and so different from each other. Is there anything specific within each brand or from brand to brand that people need to pay more attention to? So for instance, what are some things about the Ducatis that you guys always recommend? Hey, by the way, you're getting up on this mileage, make sure you're doing this. Or, what are some of the unique things about each brand that as a service department you guys are looking at?
Yeah, unique's a good word to describe it, but there's no secrets, quite frankly.
Right.
It's really, everything's laid out in everyone's owner's manuals. So the biggest key, I would say, is look at your owner's manual, but it's got the scheduled maintenance table. It makes it really easy to read, like hydraulic flushes every couple of years, oil changes. The Japanese have that stuff too.
Yeah.
They valve checks. It's every bike has these same intervals. But people just tend to ignore them a little bit more in certain other brands.
Because they didn't pay $50,000?
Yeah, so when your investment's a little bit higher, you're more like, I want to make sure I'm protecting my investment.
Yeah.
But, that doesn't mean other people with Japanese bikes aren't doing it. I was doing that on my Yamaha as well. I'm doing these maintenances, and I'm making sure they're done. I'm getting everything done in time. And that would be really, they each just have different service intervals. If it's a Desmo hydraulic engine, then it's got a different interval than a lot of the valve spring engines. So it's really by the book. If you do things by the book, I don't think there's no secrets in the industry.
What do you think is if somebody came in and they were going to buy their first motorcycle from MCC? Give me your top three.
I'm a crazy person. I bought an R1.
Yeah, we're not going to go down that road. I'm not going to let you. But let's say, what are your top three favorite motorcycles between MCC and Chicago Motor Works?
Oh my God!
That you think would be good for a beginner rider?
For a beginner, well,
I mean, not as their first bike, but early on in their riding career. Give me three bikes that you think are extraordinary bikes for newish riders.
It really depends on the person. So riding style, I can't answer without knowing the riding, but I'll give you my answers.
Yeah, what are your top three?
Back in my life, kind of thing. For me, I love the S1000RR, the BMW. The amount of electronics, even if you're not that experienced, it is a safe bike if you know how to use rain mode. And you have cornering ABS, you have side control, traction control, you have so many different power level options. It's really a safe bike. Same with Panigales.
Just keep it in rain mode all the time.
If you are unsure of your right wrist and you're at all worried, that's the answer. You can buy that and work yourself up to use road and sport, stuff like that.
Nice.
Same with Panigale, whether that's a V2 or a V4. I'm a sport bike person, so that's why I gravitate towards these things. However, these bikes, the amount of sophistication in the electronics today, like as long as you know how to control your right wrist and use the right mode for your intention, I do think it's a safe bike.
All right. So that's two.
So that's two.
Give me a
Now
three.
my third one. Ooh, oh my goodness. I really like, Triumph Scramblers are beautiful. I've ridden a few of these.
1200's insane.
Exactly. I
It's so cool.
enjoy the fact that it's kind of like my multi-strada where you can kind of do everything on the Scrambler.
Yeah.
Especially with those knobby tires. Like, that's a lot of fun. A few of our employees also have, my colleagues have these bikes. So I hear great things. Oh my God, I'm such a sport bike rider though, so I'm such a
That's all right. It's all right.
That.
Here's an easier question.
Yeah.
Give me who's on your playlist? Who's on your band or song?
Oh my God!
Who's
I
on
have the
your playlist?
weirdest. You're talking to one of the craziest people in the dealership right now. I like Parkway Drive, Australian metal band.
All right.
That's on my playlist. I like Dance Gavin Dance, which is like an alternative, like much different kind of rock. Oh my God! Like, and I'm kind of goofy where I only listen to like 10 different bands on repeat for the last decade. So
That's all right.
I'm a certified crazy person, but that's what makes me great at my role.
And final question: What helmet do you ride?
My favorite was my Shoei X14 that I rode for years. Oh my God, so aerodynamic.
Sport bike helmet.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It was quiet for a sport bike helmet.
Very.
And I had my Senna 10C.
And the funny thing is, people don't understand quiet helmets until they ride a real quiet helmet.
Yeah.
They just don't get it. They're like, oh yeah, my whatever is like really quiet. It's the quietest one I've had. I'm like, that's not even close to quiet.
This is not a close to quiet helmet. This was close.
Yeah, like you have no
for
idea.
A sport bike helmet. Yeah. This was my spectrum of quiet. I also own a AGV Sport Modular, which I like a lot with the Multistrada now.
Yeah.
So now I'm trying to kind of mature and get away from just sport bike mentality.
Careful, you're going to look like an old guy.
I already do. As soon as I flip that up, I got my beard, I got the boom mic in front of my face.
Yeah. And you can sip on your Coca-Cola.
That's right. I mean, it needs to be like a latte with my Ducati, though, so.
Yeah, good deal. Rex, thank you so much, dude. Appreciate you hanging out with us for a few minutes and bringing some insight to the MCC crew.
Anytime.
And yeah, man. So hopefully you follow us on CVN, Cycle Vision Network, and share with all your friends. And we'll be back here, man. We're gonna, like I said, we're gonna hang out with Johnny Chef down in Daytona next week for the big BMW party, 50th anniversary of BMW winning the first Superbike race at Daytona and the first Superbike championship in that year, 1976. So yeah, a lot going on. So hopefully people will follow us through that. So, but Rex, man, enjoy this massive party, all for you. Hopefully you guys stay busy for the next 50 months, and everybody can take care of their families and through this crazy motorcycle economy. So
absolutely. I mean, we're loving it right now, and we'll see you at the races, my friend.
Sounds great. Rex, thanks so much. Everybody on CVN, thanks for hanging out with us. Exhaust Noise, we got more from MCC coming up here in just a few minutes. Thanks, buddy.
deliveries.
You're watching?
They're very different. End of the scale. Item number 2026 BMW S1000 double R. This is a base model. Base model has less features than the M1000 double R to the left. We're still talking inline 4, 1000 cc, 200 horsepower. Has a couple of riding modes. Doesn't have heated grips. Doesn't have dynamic traction control or dynamic slide control. Great BMW quality, fast, looks cool. Only $22,000 for this BMW S1000 double R. So if you're looking to get into the BMW S1000 double R family, this is the way to do it. These builds come in bluestone gray metallic and black. And with something that's unique with BMW versus any of the other brands we sell is you can order the bikes with different features, and we as dealers order the bikes with different features. So you'll see different price points, different builds, different sections. On the other side of the equation is the BMW M1000 double R, and this is a fully equipped BMW M1000 double R, even to the point of having carbon fiber wheels. So inline 4, 1000 cc, all the go fast bits. This bike you're looking at a price point of $42,000-ish bucks. I can't hear you. Thank you. And this is like the pinnacle of performance. I've had the opportunity to ride these bikes. I was actually just in Spain at Andalusia riding a stock BMW M1000 double R. Last year, I spent 2 days on the racetrack at Valencia riding an Alpha Motorsports prepped M1000 double R. And these bikes are incredible. If you haven't been around road racing or seen any road racing, we have a local round at Road America this year, and we have a team we're affiliated with. Orange Cat Racing, Sean Dillon Kelly and Jason Uribe are competing in the Superbike class this year. So that is the full Moto America schedule, except Daytona. The opening round is April 15th, 16th, 17th at Road Atlanta. And we are going to be hosting Superbike Saturdays throughout the Moto America Superbike Series, be screening the races, and our colleague Alex, I'm really excited about to see all these TV screens show MCC. We'll be screening the races as well as in the conference room and our viewing room. We'll have races and sound on these TVs. So check the Moto America schedule. Look forward to communications, and you'll see events online through our social media channels. And come out and celebrate racing, root for Orange Cat. We've never had a Chicago-based professional team, or since Jordan Motorsports Suzuki, we haven't had a Chicago-based team. And with STK and Jason Uribe at the helm, with these Alpha Prep motorcycles, and with the team that Orange Cat has assembled, we're expecting some success this year. I'm not going to dance around it. Really looking forward. Yeah, won a Stock 1000 championship last year with Andrew Lee at the helm, piloting a BMW M1000 double R Alpha Prep Stock 1000 machine, and the Superbike program. BMW won the championship last year with Tyler Cycle and Cam Bobier at the helm, and we're looking to extend that winning streak. So hopefully I see some of you, many of you, at Superbike Saturdays. Thank you all for coming out. Don't miss your chance to buy a raffle ticket for the CB 554. Our man Kurt is selling those tickets. They're only $20. And please enter to win the KTM chair, KTM cooler. Our man Ben Rader is taking those entries. And we have saved the best for last. That is Ben Rader, KTM Husky, top of the hour at 4 p.m. We're going to be introducing the Spark Pillin 801, the 701 Supermoto,
and the 390 Enduro R. Ben's going to talk a little bit more about those motorcycles, and they're the pinnacle of performance. Look forward to seeing you all at 4 o'clock, top of the hour. Thanks again for coming out.
Testing. There we go. Okay, cool.
We good, Logan? All right. Yeah, so tell everybody who you are and what you do here at MCC.
Yeah, so my name's Nick Isaacson. I am our finance manager here, and I've been here about 4 months. But I've been in the industry a long time. And
4 months, that's
place.
it?
Oh, yeah.
Wow. Where were you before here?
So I was running Woodstock, KTM, and Triumph, and then I was in the car business as a finance manager before that.
Right on. Yeah, so a bunch of guys here so you know a lot of the vendors here too, because they were doing motorcycle shows over there and off-road training modules and stuff over there. Yeah, good. So, I mean, that place alone has a lot of history. Woodstock, Harley Davidson, KTM, everything else. And obviously they sort of got absorbed in a big Harley
merger, acquisition, whatever it is.
Yeah, I was going to use other words. Yours is much better than what I was going to use. Yeah, absolutely. So, and you landed here at MCC. So talk about that transition a little bit. So Harleys and KTMs, obviously they have KTMs here, but in some cases motorcycles are motorcycles. But what landed you here at MCC?
Well, I heard a lot of good things. So I knew the owners before, and
good.
when I heard Johnny took over, I talked to some people who knew him, and it was a very compelling factor in my effort to pursue this job.
Yeah, good.
And then I talked to him, Vicky, James, McLaughlin, and they convinced me to come on board, and it's been great.
Yeah, good. And so you're the finance manager here, so there's a lot that goes into that. A lot of people just think, oh, cool, yeah, like you finish up all the documents and stuff, but working with, I mean, how many different banks do you work with?
We work with about 10.
Right.
And there's a lot more than paperwork.
Yeah.
We're really where the dream comes true.
Yeah, yeah, it's tough, you know. So at a small Honda dealership in Aurora, I worked with several different vendors, you know, banks. 5 of them were, well, 3 of them were primary, right? Like you might do $500,000 a year with 3 of them. And then everybody else was like, yeah, if I can't get it done here, I'll send it over there. But you try to get them all done with your sort of your premium guys or girls, and most of the time you can get stuff done and they appreciate it, and they try to push stuff through for you. But I mean, you have a lot of different brands, a lot of different customers coming through. What are some of the challenges of getting people financed?
A lot of the challenges that people don't realize that it's a different asset class, right? So if you're financing a home or a car, it's a lot easier to get done.
Yeah.
So the requirements for bikes, especially in the classes that we sell here, are a little bit stricter.
Yeah.
So it takes a little bit more finesse to get them done, but it is no problem for us.
Yeah, because a lot of people, you know, I remember when I first started talking to banks about motorcycles, they're like, well, it's just a motorcycle. It's like, yeah, but it's transportation.
It is.
Like, why if I prefer motorcycle transportation over car transportation, why do you have that attitude towards me?
I feel the same way. And there's a lot of storytelling in our business. As far as getting people done, you got to call up the lender, build that relationship, and tell them a story.
Yeah, it's not a boat, right? Like, yeah, I might not need a motorcycle, but I want a motorcycle, and it's how I'm going to get to and from work. It's transportation and fun. A boat is 100% recreation unless you're living on it. You know, an RV 10 years ago, 15, 20 years ago was a recreational vehicle. Like, people weren't driving around living in them like they are now, right? So motorcycles in general, especially like dirt bikes, aren't necessarily commodities to these banks. And the struggle is that they're easily hidden, right? Like, I'm not going to pay my monthly payment. I'm just going to go stash it in a shed at my aunt's house. They'll never find it over there.
100%. It happens more often than you'd think,
right?
too.
Yeah. So what are some of the struggles? Like, working with the banks, do you have any advice for people as they're trying to put together their credit or anything else? Like, is there anything that you have seen that you're like, hey, before we try to get you a loan on this $50,000 Ducati, I need you to do a couple of things with your credit first?
Yeah, absolutely. I have the answer.
Yeah.
So
good.
here, number one is to have a couple of trade lines. You want to have a car, a personal loan, and you want to have the dollar amounts vary.
Yeah.
You know, maybe you come in, you get a credit card with a secure loan for a couple $100, a personal loan for a couple grand, and then you finance your first car from 10 to 20.
Yeah.
Right? It's really hard to go from a secure card or a very small loan to a $40,000 bike.
Yeah.
So if that's something that you'd like to pursue as a customer of our wonderful brands or any brand, incremental steps up are huge. Because trying to convince a bank to give you a loan on a super bike after you had a Honda Civic for 10 grand, it's just hard.
Yeah. One of the things I ran into as well was I would have people come in that they thought that because they paid everything in cash their whole life, that they'd be able to just buy something else on credit. Well, I don't have any debt, so you know, why wouldn't they loan me $20,000 for a Goldwing or a BMW or whatever the case may be? Well, because you've bought everything in cash, you have no credit.
Yeah.
Like, yes, you have a credit score, but you have no established credit, if that makes sense.
100%.
And so a lot of people don't understand that because they didn't establish credit, even though they have a good score, they don't have credit.
Yeah.
They don't have a, right?
Yeah, 100%. You have to build up. It's not something you could do all at once. It's just not feasible.
Yeah. So people think, well, I've paid cash my whole life, and like now I'm gonna finance this thing. It's like, it doesn't really work that way.
Oh yeah. And I mean, even if you have a good score, not every score is built the same.
I just love everybody here's having so much fun. Come here. Everybody's having so much fun today.
Oh my gosh, it's a great day.
How's it going?
Thanks for hanging with us. Having fun?
Really good.
Good. Okay, she smells good. Can you just come hang out over here for a little bit? But yeah, what are some of the other pitfalls that people have fallen into in regards to credit and trying to get motorcycles?
Oh, well, to piggyback off what we were talking about,
yeah,
not every score is built the same.
Right.
If you have a 700, I have a 700, it is not the same.
Yeah.
If you have a mortgage and a car,
I have a
and all this stuff,
751.
yeah.
but
Oh my God, perfect, right? You're doing great. Whatever
me
you
up.
want.
Sign me up.
But that history is huge, and it really is a pitfall of a lot of people because they get pigeonholed on the score, right? Looking at things like Credit Karma or Chase, when you go in and it tells you, it's like, hey, I have good credit, but you don't have a lot.
Yeah.
And really, that's a big thing.
The other thing that I found interesting was a lot of people try to limit the amount of open credit that they have. But open credit is also good credit sometimes.
Open credit is great. So, funnily enough,
like having credit cards with nothing on them
is
still okay.
It's actually preferred. Right. So, if you have ideally banks to get a perfect score, you want to have around 15 lines of open credit, whether it's cards, mortgages, cars, whatever. And the more revolving availability you have, so say you have 10 credit cards, 2 cars, your house, a personal loan, and whatever, the less money you have out of your total utilization of that, it looks even better.
Right.
So if you have $100,000 in available credit cards and you're using $2,000, it looks awesome, right? If you're using $2,000 of $2,000, the banks are like,
because now you're maxed out, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. So of all the motorcycles that are here at MCC now, let me back way up. How did you get involved in motorcycling?
Oh, so the answer was it was cheap. So when I was in high school, coming up, 16, 17 years old, I wanted to go fast. I didn't have a lot of money. And I figured out that 600cc bikes were wicked fast and super cheap back in the day.
Guess what? They're still wicked fast.
Oh, yeah.
But they're not cheap.
Not anymore. I got my 600 for like $4,000.
What was it? What did you have?
It was an R6, a
Okay.
2012 R6, like 8,000 miles on it.
Yeah.
It was perfect.
Yeah. Do you ever get out to the track at all?
I don't. So I'm committing the cardinal sin of the street is my track sometimes.
We got to get you out to the racetrack. Only because there's so much to learn there.
Oh, 100%.
Right? I mean,
100%.
with Motovid and Mitch and all these guys. And by the way, your street bike, if you get insurance through Mitch, your street bike is covered at the racetrack.
I cannot hear you.
Oh.
Isn't? Then here, I'll use my other hand so my thumb's hidden.
We're all
go.
thumbs up. We're all thumbs up.
I'm
here.
just holding my mic.
I know. Well, because I announce so much, microphones are all completely different from track to track.
Yeah.
And so I would figure out where that sweet spot was, and I would use my thumb as a gauge. And so anyway, so it's here nor there. And then this past March, I got to Daytona, and Mike Trim, who does all the sound and audio and video and everything for the Speedway, he pulls out this other microphone. He goes, I got a microphone. We're going to try this other mic. I was like, okay. He pulls out this, $2,500 microphone and puts it in front of me. And he's like, okay, you just have to talk in that direction. I was like, oh, okay. And he was like, and I was doing this. He was like, nope, you got to, nope. I was like, okay, should I have it in my hand? He's like, nope, that's too close. I was like, oh my God, what am I doing?
Yeah, he made it complicated.
Yeah, I was like, But I was like, next time, can I just have like a boom mic? Just, wear it?
Yeah.
With my headphones? He was like,
Or a
oh,
lapel
yeah.
mic or something?
He was like, oh yeah, I got those. I was like, dude, 2 days ago, we could let's do that. But anyway, Daytona Speedway is incredible. They have just the best people doing all the cool stuff there, and it's another world when you get there. But my point was that the racetracks they offer so much opportunity for training and for riding, and I always equate it to if you play baseball and you're going to go to the batting cage to get better at your swing. If you play golf, you're going to go to the golf range, to the driving range to get better at your swing. And by the end of the day, maybe the ball's going a little bit more straight than right. And the racetrack is similar for motorcycles. There's, let's call it a 15-minute session. 15 minutes, lap after lap after lap, you're practicing the accelerating, braking, downshifting, and turning in the same places at the same time, you can't really replicate that on the street.
No.
Right?
It is
And,
hard.
and so you can practice these different things and you can start to break down different turns and stuff like that. And I think a lot of it, honestly, it comes down to just to trusting yourself and your bike and your tires and these other things that, hey, look. And then I look at everything as I'm practicing all this stuff on the track so that if something happens on the street, I have the skills to avoid it.
Oh, yeah.
Right? If I can go from, call it fifth gear at a racetrack, and I can compress my braking area down to 100 feet instead of 500 feet, well, that's 400 feet less I need on the street.
Oh, 100%.
Before hitting a truck or something, right? That's pulled out in front of me.
Yep.
And, you watch a lot of crash videos and like going way down a tangent, but you watch all these crash videos online and you see people, you're like, just turn the bike. Just turn it. Just,
you had to move 3 feet and you'd be fine.
Just turn it. Like they run off the road going straight. Turn the motorcycle.
Yeah.
And they just don't know how to do it. They don't know how to downshift and brake and turn. And so anyway, I've been doing this for 40 some years and I've learned those skill sets. And so when my wife rides on the back of a motorcycle with me, she trusts me wholeheartedly because we've been in those situations.
Yep.
And she knows that I've practiced these things over and over again. And she knows that I will do my best and I have a skill set to get out of it. So anyway, get to the racetrack. Call Motovid, get a hold of motovid.com and book your track day. And we'll get you. So you started on an R6. What do you have now?
So I have a Tenere 700 and a Supermoto built off of a KLX at the house.
Yeah, right on. So a Supermoto built off a KLX, what? Like
300.
The 300? Okay.
Yep. So a little bike. It just bops around. And then,
yeah, but great for on-road, off-road, little dual sport action, right?
Yeah. It does donuts just fine. So it's a whole lot of fun.
Imagine you had an empty check to write. Which motorcycle at MCC / Chicago Cycle Works would you purchase? What's your dream bike of everything that they have in stock?
So I'm split. It's a 2-bike question for me.
Because here's the thing is you're writing loans on these things all day and you're like, yeah, that's a really nice bike. I wish
Oh, yeah. It happens literally every day.
Yeah.
But I'm torn. I'd either go the Husqvarna 701 Supermoto. We actually have one.
Yeah, I saw it.
A badass bike.
It's beautiful.
It is.
It's kind of like a naked looking. Yeah.
Light, torquey,
Gray.
a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Or I'd go full adventure bike and I grab a 1290 Super Adventure R.
Yeah.
From KTM.
Yeah.
Or I guess 1390 now, but we don't have them in yet.
Yeah, whatever the new one is, right?
But I like going off road and I like hooligan bikes, so those are the two at the top of my list.
That's fantastic. Yeah, because the service guy, Rex, he was the complete opposite. He was like, yeah, V4, V2, like all the fast sport bikes, right?
Oh yeah. Well, they're incredibly compelling. The problem is that I crashed, so I'm artificially old. So my bones hurt. I need something a little bit less compressed. And it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, I mean, just kind of staying on the dealership route. What are some of the things that you think make MCCs a little bit different than some of the other dealerships, or maybe that doesn't make you different? But what are some of the things you take pride in working for MCC, working for this dealership group?
Well, everyone rides. It's very rare that you go to a motorcycle dealer and everyone rides.
Yeah, you're right.
Literally everybody from the porters at the bottom.
Especially the finance managers. A lot of the finance managers are car guys.
They are.
I know.
That's because that's job pools from the car business.
Right.
But literally everybody from techs, our porters, the marketing people, the office ladies, everyone rides.
I need to put in an application here. I should be working here.
It'd be a lot of fun to work with.
I have a good resume.
Yeah, you just so happen to.
And I just so happen to need a job. So, but yeah, that's fantastic. So everybody here rides. That's cool. That's and fun too, because now everybody on staff has something in common.
Yeah, and it's very rare for the owner to actually be a rider. So Johnny is awesome, and he is through and through a rider.
Yeah.
So I take a lot of pride in telling people that we're not just a place to buy a motorcycle.
Yeah.
We're a place to come buy, make friends, do events like this, and really get involved.
Yeah, and you're talking to Rex. Obviously, Johnny's perspective is so significantly different than a lot of other owners too, or even managers for that matter. And the fact that not only is he a rider, but he's involved in the racing side of things. He was a fanatic for so long,
Still
racing
is.
and everything else. It seems like he's just a really strong leader, and just empowers his people to kind of have some ownership over what you do, and everybody's in it to raise the bar.
100%.
And that takes an awesome team. We were talking about that earlier. That people use the terminology. Well, there's no I in win. I mean, there's no I in team, but there's a big I in the middle of win. And for all of us to win, we all need to do our job.
100%.
And I need to focus on being my best self so that we can win, right? And so yeah, that's cool. So coming from the Harley side of things to the European side of things, which are two completely different atmospheres.
100%.
How's that transition?
Well, it's a lot of fun. The customers are different. Everybody's a motorcycle guy.
Yeah.
But the way that the actual clientele act is very different.
Yeah.
Harley's a big lifestyle brand. When
Yeah.
you come in, you really embrace the Harley atmosphere. And not that you can't do that with our other brands, but it's a lot more open. It's a lot more welcoming.
It's just different. Yeah.
And when you come in, it's just cool.
Yeah.
Right? It's a lot of fun. I like both communities. They're just very different.
Yeah. Yeah. And there's certainly a little bit more color on this side of things, right? The yellows and the reds and the oranges and everything. I mean, obviously a Harley has its orange and black, but that kind of ends there.
Yeah.
There's blue mixed in a little bit here and there.
And that's on the CVO. So
yeah, right. Yeah, specifically, right? But there's a whole room back over here that's all orange,
Yeah.
and it's a little different. Yeah. So this place is, so you came from a Harley dealership that had a lot of square footage.
Yeah.
And this place for a sport bike dealership has a lot of square footage.
Oh, it's massive.
Any similarities there for you? Is that?
It really doesn't feel too different, right?
Yeah.
Every Harley dealer in the Midwest is a mega, it's a mall. You
Yeah.
walk in, it's crazy. This place has that same energy, right?
It's big.
You come in, we have every bike from every brand we carry, and if we don't, it's because we just sold it.
Yeah.
So you really get to come in and get that same experience. And
yeah. The funny thing is the used showroom, which is on the other side of this wall here, the used showroom is bigger than most dealerships' regular, new bike showroom.
Yeah.
It's massive. And the amount of eclectic bikes that are back there is pretty insane.
Yeah, there's some Walt Seagulls. There's a V4R. I think there's a second Lamborghini sitting through the wall.
Yep.
There's a lot of cool stuff back there.
And then that doesn't even count the stuff that's in storage, which is really just, let's be honest, that's a Johnny Chef museum.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right?
Race bikes and the car stuff. And
scooters and Vespas.
He has everything back there.
Yeah.
Even bicycles.
Yeah, one of those Vespas might go home with me tonight.
Oh, okay.
So if it's missing off your inventory, it wasn't me.
That's fine.
All right, it'll fit right in my side door. But yeah, all day I've been looking at this beautiful, Triumph, Triumph display, and it's just between all of the different brands here, it feels special, and so I'm glad that they're introducing all these new motorcycles today. What a great opportunity for people to introduce for MCC to introduce their fans to all these cool new motorcycles and brands, and to have the reps here to answer questions specifically. Like the KTM guy is here, the Triumph guy is here.
Yep.
The Ducati guy is here.
Directly to the manufacturers.
That's crazy.
Today. Where else can you do it?
That's fantastic. And being a sales finance guy here, that's got to add a little bit of juice.
Oh, 100%. And our reps here, opposed to any other place I've worked, they'll come say hi to customers. Like Mike Risner, the Ducati rep, came in and was talking to customers that were in my office.
Yeah.
I just sold a used Tiger, and Dave Fields, our Triumph rep, came in while they were doing paper. He was like, "Oh my God, it's a used bike! Congratulations! It's a Triumph. We're excited."
It's fantastic.
The guys are great.
Yeah.
Genuinely, the people who support us and our brand ambassadors here.
Yeah.
above and beyond.
Love it.
We're spoiled.
Love it. Love it. Yeah. So what's next? I mean, obviously, as part of you're really part of the business development team here. What's next? I mean, it's easy to come in and be complacent and go, yeah, man, like I'm just going to sell a bunch of bikes today and let's ride them up. And we were joking earlier about, how even the office side of the industry has changed a little bit. When I was doing finance, we were using dot matrix printers, which were antiques, but it's because they went through 5 layers of forms that you had to submit to banks and the manufacturer and the customer and DMV and like all this stuff. But a lot of dealerships have moved away from the dot matrix stuff and they're just printing everything in triplicate.
Yeah. I mean, right now, a lot of our stuff's electronic.
Yeah.
You don't even have to sign. I think there's 2 docs. The
Yeah.
title app and your tax sheet from Illinois.
Yeah.
That's pretty much all you sign.
Just look at my pupils.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's cool. And it's a lot more convenient. It's become a lot more convenient for customers and that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Let's talk about a couple of the bikes that I saw delivered here in the last month or so. A Lamborghini Panigale V4.
Yep.
Not cheap.
No.
And I want to give away how expensive or how inexpensive they are because, for the guys that are buying them, that's kind of their thing. But the cool part about all that was it came with a free jacket and a helmet.
It did. Not only that, but it came with a wheel stand too. So,
is that right?
And it's matched to the bike.
Oh my god,
which is awesome. But
So-
that one that was here, on the podium,
Which there's
earlier-
2 here. Oh yeah.
So the one that was out, the CEO Claudio met the customer at a Ducati only event for
Oh, my.
VIPs.
Yeah.
And sold him that bike before it ever came out.
Oh my gosh.
So that was a special unit from the CEO to a customer. Just a cool story around the bike.
Yeah, it's so insane. We talked about it on CVN, previously. But for those of you that happen to own a Lamborghini, just FYI, if you haven't heard, you can get a brand new Ducati Panigale V4 in factory Lamborghini colors to match your Lamborghini, and not to mention the carbon and everything else. And you get an Arai helmet and an Alpine Star jacket and a wheel stand to match. So, deal of a century, I think.
Oh, 100%. There was a guy that I was told a story
It is less
about.
than 6 figures.
You're right there.
Yeah, it is.
You're
less,
right there.
It is less, but it is less.
It is less.
It is less than 6 figures. It was way cheaper than the car.
Yeah,
that's for
absolutely.
Sure. And it's cheaper than most people's homes.
Yeah, most. That's for sure.
It was barely cheaper than my first home in Illinois.
Yeah,
but yeah, it is what it is. But the carbon work on those is just ridiculous.
Oh, it's gorgeous. You want to talk about fit and finish?
Yeah.
Those bikes are creme de la creme.
And the one that was here was number 13.
It was.
I mean, come on. Double digits? Give me a break. Yeah.
Yep.
It was pretty cool.
Well, that's what happens when you talk to the CEO.
Yeah, right? Yeah. Well, this is cool, man. Like I said, I appreciate you taking the time out of your day. Absolute pleasure to hang out with you guys and have you on the show and to even allow us to come in and do this. This is quite a cool thing. For people that missed it this year, what are some of the things they can look forward to this year for some of the promotions you guys are doing or next year? What, how can people be part of this MCC environment?
So I know we do a bunch of events. Being relatively new to the business, I don't have our event calendar memorized, but I can talk about something I'm trying to put together, which is a moto camping day.
Oh, fun.
So if you guys aren't on our email list or you aren't part of our, mailing list, get on it because there's going to be some cool partnerships and some cool rides and some camping, hopefully.
So we can do that. We can make that super easy for you guys, to be honest. We have 3 race dates at Blackhawk Farms this year. So there's 4 weekends, but 3 of them are race weekends. Included in the price of the ticket to get in, it always varies, $20, $40 or whatever, but camping overnight is free.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, so you guys could literally ride out on a Saturday, watch racing all day, pitch a tent, camp the night. You can have fires and everything, and you can use race fuel to start them if you want. and then hang out for the races the next day, and then ride back.
Sounds like a lot of fun.
Yeah, got lunch, got nice clean showers, got some good racing. We just had a repave done up there. It's a 1.9 mile road course. There's a ton of grass, trees, wildlife. We got turtles, and they're protecting a couple of frogs up there. There's deer that sometimes run out on the racetrack. That makes it exciting.
Oh yeah.
And then I'm the announcer up there, so you get to hear my annoying voice for 2 days. 3 if you're lucky. So, but I would push that to you guys that's easy enough. And then Motovid, they have events where you can literally come out on if they have a Monday event, a Monday track day, you can come in on Sunday night, spend the night, and then ride all day Monday, and then go home. So
it's awesome.
And they have like 15 dates up there. So so there's
there
a ton
are a lot worse ways to spend
yeah,
a weekend.
exactly. And the food up there is good. It's a great place. For those that haven't been out there, it's Blackhawk Farms Raceway, easily found on Google. You can visit Cycle Vision Network, send us a message, we'll get it going. Motovid.com, or get a hold of these guys here at MCC, because you guys are going to have some sponsored track days up there with us this year at Motovid. So there's a way for your customers to come up, be a part of all of that, and run some of these $50,000 ducks out.
Sounds like a great time.
Cool. Well, hey man, thanks for hanging out with us. We're gonna let you get back to work so you can sell some more motorcycles. I'm gonna go down a couple bottles of water. I feel like I dehydrated just sitting here for 4 hours, but
it happens.
Yeah, man. So we appreciate you coming out with us, man. Appreciate all the hospitality. We'll see you here in a few minutes. But for everybody who's hanging out with us on the exhaust noise today, we appreciate you. Come on down. There's still a couple hours left here at MCC in Villa Park. And if you didn't make it out today, just put it on the list. They are accessible within 3 major highways, 88, 355, 294. They're a little ways south of 90. But it is super easy to find. Team MCC and Motorcycle Center in Villa Park, Illinois. Get out here and hang out and see these guys. They'll sell you a couple motorcycles: a dirt bike, a street bike, a super bike, and one of them, if you want to spend enough money, you get a free Arai helmet and Alpine Star jacket comes with it that'll match all your carbon. But anyway, yeah, man, cool. Thanks for hanging out with us. We'll be back here with more live shows from Motorcycle Center here on Saturday as we get ready for Daytona. Daytona's coming up. And for those that are tuning in today, keep in mind we'll do our Supercross wrap up tomorrow. The Supercross series is out in Dallas, Texas tonight. So they're at AT&T Stadium. And one of the bikes we talked about a little bit earlier was that Ducati 450. That thing is sweet.
Oh yeah.
And
it's a cool bike.
And that debuted at the Supercross races this year. I think they're sitting around 10th in points or something on that Ducati. But then in the 250 class is the Triumph that they also just debuted. And there's a couple of teams riding the Triumph 250. Are you guys selling a lot of dirt bikes? Selling a lot of those dirt bikes specifically?
We have. So they're wicked popular. When you come out with a, we're talking Desmo 450, people go crazy.
Nuts.
They really do. And then Triumph built a dirt bike from the ground up.
Yeah.
And they're like, hey, what if it was like
with Ricky Carmichael?
Yeah, with Ricky Carmichael. They had an edition, it was sick. But they built it ground up, and it's super competitive on price. So those guys who are out there and they're concerned about the European brands being unapproachable, it's the same price as your Japanese bikes. So it's something to look at. It's a cool bike.
Yeah, right on. Cool. Well, we're gonna go hang out with some more folks here. But thanks for hanging out with us on Exhaust Noise on Cycle Vision Network. Remember, subscribe and follow us so we can keep doing this a little bit longer. We're getting ready for Daytona, but we're wrapping up our final weekend in Illinois for a little while. And so thanks for hanging out with us. We'll be back here in just a few minutes. Thanks, bud. Appreciate you, man. Yeah. Hey everybody, welcome back to Exhaust Noise on Cycle Vision Network. Hey, so we got some more of our MCC Chicago Motor Works staff with us. Tell us your name and what do you do here at MCC?
My name is Steve Strickland. I'm a technician out at Motorworks out in Chicago.
Yeah.
Been with Johnny for about 21 years or so. Actually, tomorrow is my anniversary.
Wow,
21.
congrats.
Thank you. So yeah, that's what I do.
It's fantastic. And we were talking to Johnny a little bit earlier, and these places are completely different, right? I mean, this is a dealership style, big floor plan, lot of space, acreage, a million units. Whereas Chicago Motorworks downtown is more of a boutique. It's smaller, less parking, if no parking at all. Tell us a little bit about the difference and what would people expect if they went to Chicago Motorworks?
Yeah, there's quite a bit of difference. You explained MCC. Motorworks is kind of like it's a clubhouse. You know, we're in the city. There's no windows.
Yeah.
You know, at least there's windows. But,
yeah.
You know, graffiti on the outside walls.
Love it.
Yeah, it's a city.
It has atmosphere.
It totally does. Personality, soul. Yeah.
And so you've got some motorcycles down there for sale, obviously, and you've got service department. How do those two areas mesh, being in such a small space?
I mean, it works out very good. I mean, we do have quite a bit of space to use, but we are limited.
Yeah.
You know what we can do.
Our goal is vibe.
Yeah.
Different vibe altogether.
Yeah, totally different vibe.
Yeah.
Totally different. You know, this is huge.
Yeah. And I think for the boutiques, people and being downtown, I think people expect that you guys probably move more scooters downtown. A little bit easier to park, easier to get around, right? Like a little more Vespa crowd, less KTM Super Duke crowd.
Yeah, totally. I mean, we're in the city, you know, 30, 35 mile an hour streets. Scooters are great.
Yeah.
In and out of traffic. Parking is
easy to store them. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then do you guys have, just because I didn't see them here, do you guys have the Light Fighter downtown as well, the electric bikes?
We do not.
Okay. And the only reason I was trying to make the connection was because the Light Fighter is being raced under the Motorworks Chicago race banner at the racetrack with Josh Herron and stuff like that. So I didn't know if that was just sort of a one-off third-party deal or if Light Fighter was going to be at one of the two dealerships as part of the inventory.
I would say here at MCC.
Yeah, okay.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah. So you've been a mechanic for 20 years. Being a BMW mechanic, is that a little bit different than maybe what people would run into in regards to skill sets and computers and everything else from like some of the Japanese brand mechanics?
Well, I would say
a little more specialized, or no?
Yeah, BMW is always ahead of the game. They
Yeah.
innovate first, you know, and then everybody follows.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
Yeah.
All the brands are all very technical, advanced electronics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then Ducati here as well. Are you working on them on those downtown as well, or are you mostly strictly BMW?
We do Ducatis at BMW. Yes.
Okay.
I am a BMW technician. That's what my main priority.
Yep, you get to specialize on that most of the days.
Yeah.
What are some of the things that have made BMW different? Obviously, you know, if we look back a decade, right, 10 years ago, that was a different story, right? We were looking at, you know, Boxer 1200s and, you know, K models and that sort of thing. We weren't looking at, you know, carbon M4s,
No,
right?
you weren't.
I mean,
Yeah.
tell us a little bit about that transition from sort of I don't want to say old, but the previous technology to the newer technology. Was that a big swing from a dealership perspective, more specifically from a mechanic perspective?
I would say it was a more bigger swing for technicians.
Yeah.
You know, motorcycle's motorcycle. It's a piece of art. If you like it, you're gonna buy it. But the BMWs, they definitely made a change in the sport bike segment, where they were mostly, you know, sport touring.
Yeah.
Those S1000, those are sport bikes, man.
Yeah.
They're fast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know, because when you get away from the traditional boxer motor, right? Which is sort of celebrating its 50th anniversary this year, I think, right? Somewhere around there when they built that first superbike. For a long time, BMWs were either sort of the boxer or they were like the super touring bike, right?
Yes.
Like all the computers, super slick, ton of baggage, looked like a BMW sport bike.
Yeah.
But now it feels like they've sort of transitioned where it's a significantly more broad offering from BMW. Do you guys feel that from a dealer perspective?
Yeah, of course. It brings in a different crowd.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. And it's almost as though just because you don't see them on the floor so much, they've almost slipped away from the massive touring model now and kind of focusing more on the race sport bike stuff, no?
I think the touring model's still there.
You still see quite a bit of that.
Yeah, I think it's still there. I think the adventure bike segment is it's there.
Yeah.
Sport bike's just another piece.
Yeah. What makes the BMW different? I mean, because I remember, so when I was at a Honda dealership, we had the Gold Wings and we would see the Kawasaki's and the Yamahas and stuff like that. But whenever anybody came through with a BMW, I needed to go out in the parking lot and look at it. It's like, oh my God, look at all the stuff on this thing. They're different. Talk a little bit about just kind of what made them different.
Their fit and finish.
Yeah.
They're very nice.
Yeah. I felt like everything was integrated.
It very much is.
Whereas
it's made for you as the rider.
Yeah. Some of the other stuff I felt like, this is separate and you can add this and you can do this thing and you can bolt this thing on and you can buy a thing to snap on the back. Yeah. But you look at the Beamer, it's like, dang, like everything's just like already here.
It's all there.
And all the knobs and everything's fully integrated. It was just so slick.
It's all there, and if it's not, it's available from the manufacturer.
Yeah.
And it just fits perfectly.
Yeah, super clean, super good lines.
Yeah.
But the funny thing is, we're still seeing a lot of those that boxer style engine. We still see a lot of that. Yeah.
It's not going away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of the coolest bikes I saw recently or the last couple of years was the 9T.
R9T.
The R9T. It just looked like that old classic race bike.
Yeah.
And then they had like the race version, with the Olins and the cool little quarter fairing. And it was like, what is it? Like 1973?
Yeah.
Like, where are we at right now?
Yeah.
But with Olins and Brembo and just slick. Really good looking bikes.
Yeah.
Like art.
It
back to art.
It's art.
And it's like whatever the cost was on it, it's like, okay. Yeah. I'd pay that.
Yeah, you'll get it.
Because it looked so cool.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't that it was that expensive. I think it was like, I don't know, 13, 15 grand or something, for it. And I was like, oh, you're leaving. Mitch, you're leaving. Okay. Hey, it's a nice jacket though. I like that. Yeah. Yeah.
Check out this
Thank you. All right, man. We'll see you soon. But yeah, it was like 13 to 15 grand. I was like, yeah, okay. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, they're beautiful boxer twins.
Yeah.
They really are. They look like the old bikes, but with the modern technology.
Yeah. And are you finding that those are super reliable and easy to maintain? And
they're with the BMW, I think, they're very reliable. Maintenance is required if you want to keep it running in tip-top condition, as with any of the brands.
Yeah.
BMW just makes a really nice bike.
Yeah. And I think that there's I know it's so distracting. There's all kinds of stuff going on here. Yeah, this is the final section, and throughout the day we've tried to avoid doing interviews while Johnny's on stage. But you mentioned you've been working for Johnny for 20 some years, and it seems like the popular opinion with working with this leadership group is that there's just a lot of autonomy, that everyone sort of has been empowered with kind of owning their spot and their position, and that it's going to take a team to continue elevating and pushing upwards. Because let's be honest, dealerships are closing.
They are.
And you guys are, not that you're expanding, but you're coming together. And I think that's going to be very beneficial for both dealerships that you're coming together. But it seems like that the leadership group is really empowering everybody to really kind of take some ownership and go, hey, like let's just keep pushing forward. And do you feel that as an
Oh
employee?
yeah, and Johnny, amazing.
Yeah, good.
Amazing guy
Yeah.
to work for.
Yeah,
Yes,
good.
he has a passion. And the neatest thing about
It
him
matters,
is
doesn't it? The passion matters.
The passion
so much.
matters. And everybody that's at the stores, between the two different stores, everybody has a passion for a motorcycle. And if you don't have that, you don't understand
Yeah,
that.
yeah. What do you ride?
I ride BMWs.
Right. What do you have?
I have a /2, RS, LT, RS.
So you got a couple.
I have a few of them.
Yeah. Good for you.
Yeah. But I really like riding the old bikes. You know, anything in the 60/2 era.
Yeah.
Not a lot of power, not the best brakes. But when you get on that bike and you're on a country road, it is just like smiles, man. It's awesome.
It's like a feeling, right?
It's a total feeling.
Yeah. So a friend of mine, he's a shout out to Tom. He's a stuntman in Hollywood.
Okay.
And his father was a motorcycle rider. He had this classic BMW 75, I think, old classic motorcycle. And he was sort of passing it down to his sons.
Yeah.
And he wanted to take it on one last ride.
Okay.
And so they took this, multi-state tour, dad and his two boys, all on BMWs, and they documented the whole thing. And it's like, it's like a 60-minute, movie now. And just the feeling that kind of came with that, and they all rode the classic bike at different times. And it was just such a cool thing. And not that you don't get that with other manufacturers from other countries, if you know what I'm saying. But there's something about, a BMW of that era. There's something about, whether it's an MV Agusta or a Ducati of that era, right? Like there's just something different about that.
Totally different. I mean, old bike, simple, goes down the road. Yeah, if you haven't enjoyed an old motorcycle, you got to.
Yeah.
I mean, you just have to.
Yeah. Early in my race career, I was at Reg Pridmore's BMW school at Mid Ohio.
Yeah.
And I was on a Yamaha, because you bring your own bike. So I was on a Yamaha. I was on a brand new FZR 600, and I was getting ready for the AMA Pro race there. Jason Pridmore was one of Reg's instructors, of course.
Yep.
And they're all riding these big BMW K1200s or something, right? And we're ripping down, the back straightaway through the kink, out of the keyhole, down to the S's. And I'm like set up to, dive into the S's and go through this section. And Jason's just
plows right
through the inside. I was like, dude. And he got that thing stopped and just turned, and I followed him, and I ended up passing him, and then next lap, it's right by. I was like, what the hell? First of all, he was a way better rider than me anyway, way more experience, and never in a day would I think that I was better than Jason. But I was like, certainly I could outride Jason on that bike.
Right. No, you could.
No, not that day. And it was just so funny because those bikes handled so well. And those were big touring bikes. It's not like that was a sport bike made for racing.
And that's the neat thing about BMWs. That was like a 900-pound bike,
Yeah.
K12 LT.
Yeah, 1990 or 91 or something.
But what they make are handling motorcycles.
They
It doesn't
go
matter
in
how
style.
big it is.
Yeah.
They just go.
Yeah.
You can drag pegs on any BMW.
Yeah. And after the session, he was like, why I passed you, right? I was like, why? He goes, because you let me. He's like, you set up too wide. You gave me the line. I'm like, why would I not take it? It's like, oh, yeah.
Yep, you gave it to him.
Big lesson that day. It's
Yep.
like, guess what I didn't do the rest of the day?
Right, you didn't let him.
Nobody passed me in there. Yeah.
Very cool.
But it's fun. I love the fact that both dealerships are set up with 100% unique motorcycles from around the world. They're all so different in branding, so different in their backstory, right? And again, not that the Japanese manufacturers don't have that, but those are all very similar, right? You know, the four Japanese manufacturers very similar. Everything that's in this showroom is so dramatically different than that, and they're so dramatically different from each other. It just makes every section of the dealership unique to itself.
Yeah, there is so much history with these brands. It really is. I mean, we just took on Moto Guzzi. We got the Moto Guzzis out at Motorworks, and we're looking at what is that? 21. They started 1921, I think.
Yeah, crazy,
Something
right?
like that, but old brand
Yeah.
with tons of history. So yeah, they really
Yeah.
do. You know, they really do.
Yeah, it's so unique. And then just looking at Vespa, right? And,
Yeah, Vespa.
And KTM, even though KTM's new and doesn't necessarily have the same history that BMW and Ducati, MV Agusta, and Royal Enfield and those guys have, they're so unique to themselves, and they're just pushing that bar. That the place that they live in the industry, they're pushing that envelope so high that everybody, and it's like it's almost like each of the manufacturers has their own segment, and they're all pushing the bar in their own segment, which is what should be happening.
really
Like
are.
there's no complacency whatsoever. It's like, yeah, we know we have the best sport bikes in the world, but it could be better.
It could be.
Right?
It really could be.
As a mechanic, how do you sort of, I mean, obviously you have to keep up. How do you keep up with what's coming and to be prepared for some of the moves that these manufacturers are making?
Well, with that, you know, all the manufacturers, we go to training and we get updated on the new models.
Yep.
So that is how we stay
And
current.
software.
And software, yes.
Right? We're not changing needles anymore.
No, we're not. We're working on computer controlled electronics.
Yeah.
You know, engine management, ABS.
Yeah.
all of it.
Yeah. Is there, do you guys, at your specific shop now, are you guys still having to clean carburetors and needles and stuff every once in a while for some of the classic stuff?
Well, working on the old bikes for me, all carbureted.
Yeah.
So yes, I'm
I
still
love it.
doing carburetors. Yeah.
Are there still a lot of carbureted bikes on the BMW?
No, everything's fuel injected.
Yeah, all the new stuff.
All new stuff is fuel injected.
But all the classic stuff is all
It's all-
carbureted.
yeah. Anything. Your last carbureted bike, maybe 95 with
Yeah,
BMW?
right. Yeah, it makes sense.
That might have been
Yep.
95. Yeah. Fuel injection's easy though. Either works or it doesn't.
Yeah, right.
Carbs you have to play with.
Yeah, yeah.
Balance.
Yeah, file emulsion tubes.
Yeah, a set of points.
Right.
You know, there's new technicians today that don't know points.
There are people that have no idea what that even means.
Right.
Points. I can get points with my motorcycle.
Yeah.
What do you mean? What kind of points do I get?
Right.
Is that cashback points? What do I get? Like, no.
Those always get you home.
Yeah.
Points will get you home.
Right.
You know,
Well, I had a friend that always carried sandpaper.
that's all you
Right?
need.
Yeah.
That's it.
There you go. Yeah.
Very cool.
That's awesome.
Awesome, buddy.
Well, cool. Thanks for hanging out with us for a little bit, man. We
You got
appreciate
it.
it.
Appreciate it.
For anybody that wants to come visit you guys at Motorworks Chicago downtown, give us some cross streets. Where are you guys at?
We're at 1901 Southwestern, right off of 290. If you get off of 290, you go south about a mile and a half, 1.9 miles. You're at the shop.
Love
You know, we're right there.
And there's great parking, right?
Yes, there's great parking.
Yeah,
no
good.
problem. You'll find a spot.
Good. Awesome. So thanks for all these guys being here. Appreciate you guys opening your home to us today,
Thank you very
hanging out
much.
with us. And so for anybody looking for a new motorcycle, go check out the guys at Motorworks Chicago and get a brand new BMW. And obviously out here at MCC in Villa Park, they've got everything going for them out here. Johnny Chef's one of the new boys at the top of the food chain here. But Steve and everybody else will take care of you when you get back to service. So thanks for hanging out with us, man. Like I said, we really appreciate it and opening your home, and we look forward to seeing you guys again. And we need to get you all out to the racetrack too.
All right, buddy. Sounds good.
All right,
Thank
sounds
you.
good. Thanks, man. Yeah, appreciate you. Thanks for everybody hanging out with us today on Exhaust Noise. We're gonna be here for a few more minutes as we get wrapped up for the day. Remember, Supercross tonight from Dallas, so we'll have our Cycle Vision Network Exhaust Noise show with our Supercross wrap-up tomorrow. And then, of course, we're getting ready for Daytona starting next week. And so hang in with us, and we'll be back here in a little bit to wrap up things from MCC in Villa Park. I know. Yeah. Yeah, after a full day of broadcasting, we always got to pop open our fruit punch Jarritos here in the Chicagoland area. Thanks for our good friends out at Jarritos. And it actually happens to match the Ducatis in the background here. So, yeah, I've been parched all day. Can't keep up on the water, but a nice little sugared drink from Jarritos. I always love the fruit punch. It's one of my favorites. Oh, my God. That's perfect. You know what other flavors I like? Have you tried the grapefruit? The grapefruit's really good. A lot of people have the orange, the mandarin. Mandarin's good. I like the grapefruit. It actually tastes like grapefruit juice. I like it. Anyway, go get yourself a nice cold Jarritos. But remember, you gotta be able to pop the cap. They are not twist offs. Sorry.
Yes, I can. All right.
Thanks to Logan, who's been helping us out all day today. Thanks, Logan. Doing such a good job helping us as a producer today and managing all the cameras and software and everything. I'm gonna sit a little bit closer to you. There you go.
Good. Thank you, Logan.
My nice fresh drink.
Same.
We good to go, Logan? All right, fantastic. Hey, so tell us your name and what do you do here at MCC?
So my name is Jim Passananti. Everyone calls me Jim P. Here at Motorworks and MCC.
Yeah.
Pretty much everyone's name is John or Jim, so we need a way to differentiate ourselves. When they were giving me my email, I was like, oh, JIMP. I didn't know that would have become my name for the next 5+ years.
That's hilarious. I love that. Yeah. So good. And so what do you do with Motorworks Chicago?
So I am the director of customer experience.
Oh, wow.
I started off as the receptionist, answering phones.
Okay.
Guiding people on tour. It was the middle of COVID.
Yeah.
And then, I really love, helping people find that bike.
Love that.
On darker times, I kind of say I'm a maitre d' at a motorcycle shop. I didn't know that was even a thing.
Yeah.
And just connecting with riders. I do a little bit of everything, helping out service, helping out sales. A lot of times, if I do my job right, people don't remember that they talked to me. We can just move it on along.
When I was at a dealership for a while, people would always, people don't like to be sold to, right?
Yeah.
They don't want to talk to a salesman.
Yeah.
And so I never wanted any of my people to be salesmen. So we didn't even call them salesmen.
Yeah.
We were like, I'm a fitment consultant.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
You're going to like the way you
all
look.
these other things. Yeah. And so the people would come in and you could probably explain this as well. People come in and they don't really know what they're looking for yet.
Mm-hmm.
They know they want a motorcycle, but they don't know what they're looking for. How do you guide them through that?
So the big thing that I always stress to people when I'm working with them is, we don't want
we're not high anxiety. Like we're aware we have a really cool job. We love motorcycles. But for like me personally, I find a lot of kind of peace and meditation from motorcycles. I get a lot out of it. I get more than probably I give. And, you know, if anybody who's out there riding, we all go through dark times, and sometimes we find that the throttle and the road is the only time we can, you know, find themselves.
Yeah, for other people, it's gardening.
Yeah.
Or running.
Some people can sit in a room quietly, and that's enough meditation for them. I need to be at least 70 miles an hour, and then I can start to think clearly.
Yeah, at least, and the way that the way that translates is 6,000 RPM.
And the big thing is we don't want to be comic shop guy. We don't want to be like, people are afraid. There's a wall. When people come into a motorcycle dealership, like that's a huge step. They've wanted a bike their whole life.
There's already enough barriers to entry.
Yeah.
Right? There's already enough barriers to entry. How can we help knock down some of those barriers? And I know when I was like, for instance, at the Honda shop in Aurora, one of the things that I would do is I just tell them, okay, well, let's start here. You're looking for a boyfriend.
Yeah.
What are you attracted to?
Yeah.
When you look through the showroom, like let's walk around the showroom, pick one that looks nice.
Yeah.
Pick one and then let's sit on it and see how it feels.
Yeah.
You know, oh, you don't like how that one feels? Okay, cool. Like find another one. Like, let's sit on it. And then let me explain the geometry a little bit to why you're feeling how you feel. And I actually did it with a couple guys here today.
Nice.
So you're welcome.
Thank you.
But one of the things that, you know, so that they currently ride Japanese cruisers.
Okay.
So like a Harley, feet out in front, right? And you're sitting down and your arms are up and you don't really have any support for your back. And so at the end of the day, so I asked him, do you like how you feel at the end of a ride? Like, well, my back always hurts. It's like, yeah. Do you know why that is? He was like, well, no. I was like, well, look at when your feet are out front like that, you know, what's the shape of your back? What is your position? What's your form?
Yeah.
I was like, your spine becomes your suspension, and this is what you're doing all day.
Yeah.
I was like, now sit on this brand new $50,000 V4 R. You know? And now when you get your feet underneath your hips and your hands forward, what does that do to your back?
Yeah.
And now you're straight. Your back is straight now, and you've taken all that pressure off your back, and where have you put it?
Yeah.
Kind of on your arms.
Yeah.
But watch this. If you squeeze with your legs, these massive muscles below your massive stomach, like, guess what? You can take that pressure off your arms. And so you can use these bigger muscle groups to support your back that hurts all day, right?
Yeah.
Like it's a completely different riding position, and it's a completely different feeling now if we change bikes. So, you know, I would walk people around the showroom and go, okay, like what's attractive to you? Okay, cool. Let's sit on it. How do you feel on that?
Yeah.
And then here's what you're feeling. Here's why you feel that,
Yeah.
right? Talking about the geometry of it. And go, at the end of the day, which one do you think you'd be more comfortable on? This one or that one? Okay, cool. Like, let's gravitate towards that style.
Yeah.
Now, what color do you like?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. You know, another one too is just like,
and by the way, can you touch the ground?
you don't need to. It's fine. That's
One
fine.
foot.
Just jump up.
One foot's all you need.
I say, close your eyes. All right. I want you to just think of motorcycle. When you close your eyes, like when I say motorcycle, what do you think of? Do you think of like a Harley Davidson with leather, or do you think of like on a sport bike?
Yeah.
Now let's follow that. Let's see.
Yeah.
Because, you know, also too to the non.
Because it might be like one of the Himalayans.
Yeah.
Right?
You
The
can
Royal
move it down.
Enfields, which
We
are
forget when we're in
beautiful
the
old
bubble.
classic style.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm a Triumph diehard. So
I love the Triumph. We just so happen to be in the Triumph section.
We do behind the beautiful Scrambler XE. I actually I daily ride one of those. For a period of time, I only had my Class M license.
That one's leaving with me today. Johnny doesn't know that yet.
You made a good choice. I put 30,000 miles on mine in the 3 years I've
Oh my
owned
gosh,
it.
good for you.
Yeah, it's just
I only put about 10,000 miles on my Goldwing in like 10 years because I didn't go anywhere on it.
Yeah.
Like I just rode it around town. Like I worked 2.5 miles
Yeah.
from my house, and I just never went anywhere.
That's one of the most heartbreaking things to me is when people say that, like, oh, I've got this bike, and
Yeah.
you like get your dream bike, and then you suddenly don't find the time. And
Yeah.
I hate being the bad guy to be
Same.
like, was that your dream bike? Maybe
Right.
you need I call them a milk bike. You'll be around and you'll find the excuse to go grab the milk and go ride. It's not as you get older.
I know. Thank you. I feel horrible now.
I'm sorry. This is why I'm not a salesman. I firmly believe I sell the same way that the Catholic Church sells, and just guilt.
There you
guilt.
go. There you go.
I find that if you find a bike you love, you'll find the time to ride.
Yeah. Well, and there's a lot of variables, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, for instance, I had a job for 10 years where I had to drive a company truck.
Yeah.
And so I leave at 6, 7 in the morning. I get home 6, 7 o'clock at night, and then I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah.
So, and so there's nowhere for me in the day to ride that, and then the weekends are full or you're gone or whatever. So, yeah, I think finding the right bike for what you think your life is going to be like also matters, right?
Yeah.
And so like for me in my stage of life, I need a scooter because I'm at the racetrack all the time now.
Yeah.
Like I just need something, that I can putz around the track on that fits in my trailer.
Yeah. It's a different
You know?
vibe too. The scooter, it's I live in the city, and the scooter's such a different vibe. Like a bike, you're like, I'm gonna go find a twisty road and feel the wind in my hair. And the scooter, you're like, you know what? I need to go to the post office today.
Yeah,
We're gonna
right,
go, you know what? I haven't checked that out. Let's go see the sale today. It's very pedestrian, and it just makes. And then later you're like, oh, I'm like totally making a track for myself.
Yeah. Well, and like you said, like you're going to get milk.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. You just find an excuse, get out and go, get a Vespa.
Yeah.
You'll find it's the case.
Zip tie milk crate on the back, and you're ready to go. Yeah.
So what did you think of this event?
Yeah. This is fantastic. Yeah. I think first and foremost, bringing the quote unquote AIM Expo back.
Yeah.
Obviously, it wasn't the AIM Expo of old, right? But this is a really good starting point, right?
Mhm.
And what other opportunities do customers have to interact with manufacturer representatives, right? People, excuse me. People, it's
the Jarritos.
soda pop. Holy crap! I mean, people who ride KTM motorcycles could literally talk to the KTM rep.
Mm-hmm.
Same with Ducati and
Triumph, Royal
and-
Enfield.
yeah, I mean that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
You have the local Shoei rep, custom fitting people for Shoei helmets. And they've sold at least a dozen of them today.
Oh, I hope.
And one of those is leaving with me today too.
GT Air or
Johnny
Neotech?
just doesn't know. I have a GT Air actually.
Nice.
It's old though; it's out of spec, so I do
Okay.
need a new one. And I think if I did one, I might get the Neotech.
Yeah.
But
And having that flip lid. If you ever get caught by freight trains, if you're in
Yeah.
a town that has trains
Well,
that
yeah.
run through it,
Yeah, for me, the helmet's always comfortable. I never want to take it off, but I do want to drink once in a while, and I
Yeah.
can't do that without being able to flip the chin bar.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that being said, I got a really kick-ass helmet from LS2
Yeah.
last year that does do that. It's like
Flip back all the way?
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, it's a whole
those
thing.
are cool, yeah.
And it's pretty cool, yeah. But I mean, and LS2 is an incredible brand. It's not showy.
Yeah.
But there are a couple of helmet companies that live at the top of that mountain, and
Shoei Arai.
and Shoei and Arai are that's who it is. And so, no disrespect to anybody else, like those, they're different. Sorry.
I can enjoy a Chevrolet and a Lamborghini.
Yeah,
you know,
absolutely. Yeah, I've had a lot of great helmets. I had a Bell, I've had AGV, I've had I have a really nice carbon HJC. I've had all of them, and they're all great helmets. But some you can wear all day, and they're a little bit different. But yeah. So anyway, that being said, Benny Carlson with LS2 is here.
Yeah.
And we talked a little bit about LS2 helmets. So this is a completely different scenario, and I don't know how many people actually came through the door, but there was a lot of freaking people here.
Yeah.
I've never seen this many people at a motorcycle dealership ever in 40 years. And the fact that you can get all those people in this place, is crazy.
Well, it speaks to our community as well.
And if you could imagine doing this maybe a couple times a year, Like
Yeah.
for instance, so one in the winter time when there's theoretically snow on the ground, which it's cold as it's
real
very
cold.
It's very cold outside today, where it was warm last week. But and then doing another one like in August or September or something, you know, where it's warm outside, you could put manufacturer trucks outside, and you
Yeah.
could have
Demos.
people outside.
Yeah.
I mean, you could put a couple thousand people through this joint, and you'd probably get that many because it's warm outside.
Yeah.
And they'd probably ride here.
Mm-hmm.
Like there were some people that rode here today. God bless them. I wasn't one of them, mainly because I had way too much equipment.
Yeah. You guys got a whole setup here.
I got way too much stuff here. But oddly enough, this all fits in my office when I get home, and I'll be doing another podcast tonight when I get home.
Oh, nice!
And another one tomorrow because of the Supercross. But it is what it is. And but yeah, I mean, this event is amazing from the staff perspective. What's your thought on this event?
I think it's a great. First step.
Yeah.
Really just connecting people to this. What you said was kind of our envision of, man, we want to connect these people to himself. And a lot of it, too, is the community partners. People can buy a bike, and I don't think as an industry we do our best to keep the people connected as well as the people do to keep themselves connected.
Yeah,
and
so I know we need to wrap, but let me address that since you talked about it. One of the pet peeves I've had for a long time is I've been very vocal about it for 20 years. In my opinion, the manufacturers, almost all of the manufacturers have failed to promote the sport in a way that I think is appropriate. In that, when someone comes in and buys a motorcycle, when they leave with that motorcycle, they should have a stack of paperwork, right? That says these are the local motorcycle clubs you can join, right? Whether it's the Christian Motorcycle Association or Hell's Angels, or whether it's the local Ducati owners group or the Hog group. Here's a track day. Here's the MSF courses. By the way, here are the magazines you should subscribe to. You should be watching Moto America Live Plus, right? All this stuff, just a 2-page list. Here's the way to connect as a motorcycle rider. Welcome to the community. Here's how you connect with the rest of us. Because what ends up happening a lot of times, and I'm not saying that happens here, but what happens at a lot of dealerships nationwide, and we know this for a fact, is that people come in, 18-year-old kid buys a 1,000cc motorcycle, his first motorcycle ever, right? He walks out with no helmet, no jacket, no title, right? And no sense, and nowhere to go learn how to ride that motorcycle properly, and no way in which to connect with the overall economy of the sport. Right? So when I talk about the economy of the sport, like every couple of years, we should be buying a jacket and a helmet, and we should be subscribing to magazines and, getting boots, and we should
servicing your bike,
servicing your motorcycle, inviting other people into our cult, right? Like all these things. And I feel like when the dealership doesn't do that properly, it sets a poor example for everybody else.
If you just care about making money and moving metal, please leave.
Because it has to start at the manufacturer level.
There's something more to, and in the area, for those of us who's gotten something out of the sport, of the hobby, of that, we want to tell people about it, and we want to invite them. And it sucks that so many people have to go, oh, I didn't know that this was happening. Oh, I didn't know that I didn't know that there was this group that meets at coffee shop. There's just weird stuff. Go find a coffee shop, meet a guy on a motorcycle, and start a group.
And every dealership has its own little economy. Every dealership has its own, ecosystem. And when we're not promoting our own ecosystem, what are we doing for the rest of the industry?
And even for, and if you're against what he's saying, even on like a dollars and cents thing, for the soul of a community, get people together. Try different things. See, we're all going to be a lot happier when we're like, oh, he rides a bike. He's great, great dude.
One of the things that we're always pushing at CycleVision Network is that our job is to get at least one more person on a motorcycle. And then our second job is to get one of those people that's already on a motorcycle out to the racetrack.
Nice.
You know, like those are our 2 jobs every year. If
Yeah.
I can get one person on a bike and get one person who's already on a bike out to the racetrack, because once you get them out to the racetrack, now they're buying more stuff.
Mm-hmm.
They're
Yeah.
more a part of that economy, right?
Yeah.
New helmets and suits and
Yeah.
boots and tires and all. Like they're going to wear all their shit out
Yeah.
faster, and they got to buy more of it.
Yeah.
That helps you guys.
And they're happier.
Yeah.
They're exploring something. They're finding something they're passionate about. And
and dial into the dealerships.
Mhm.
Dial into the dealerships.
Yeah.
You know, it's so crucial is utilizing the local dealerships for everything that they know. And as dealerships, we need to make sure that we're sharing all of that wealth of knowledge to our people.
Don't be comic book shop guy. Don't
Yeah.
if you don't know dude, you don't know Batman, dude, you're gonna love him. Like greeting people with that goes a million more miles.
Yeah.
Someone was excited for you when you started.
Yeah.
Be excited for
Yeah.
somebody else.
Amen. Well, we got to wrap just because we're going to get
Thank
kicked
you
out of here
guys
pretty
for
soon.
coming.
Yeah.
Thank you, Cycle Vision Network. Thank you. IMS
Thank
at
you.
MCC. Thank you.
Yeah,
guys.
absolutely. Appreciate you guys. These guys were incredible hosts today. For everybody hanging out with us on Cycle Vision Network and for the fans of Exhaust Noise, thank you so much. Remember, we got our 26 and 26 coming up. We'll probably do that either today or tomorrow. We're going to have our Supercross wrap up tomorrow. So for the 2 people that are watching here today, make sure you join us again tomorrow. We appreciate it. Daytona's coming. We got so much content coming from Daytona. If you haven't already subscribed, make sure you subscribe to Moto America Live Plus, Cycle Vision Network. We're going to host a 30-minute show at the end of the day, every day at Daytona International Speedway on Moto America Live Plus. It's a small audience. It's like 30 million worldwide. So it's not that big of a deal. No pressure at all. I've already started my script. But anyway, thanks for hanging out with us. We do appreciate you. Get out to MCC Motorcycle Center here in Villa Park, Illinois. Get over to Cycle Works Chicago, downtown Chicago. And again, we push everybody. Invite someone to be part of your motorcycle economy. Get people back to the dealerships and get them to a racetrack near you somewhere. My name is Kenny Abbott. Thanks so much for hanging out with us. We appreciate you watching Exhaust Noise right here on Cycle Vision Network. Thanks, everybody. We'll be back. We'll see you again soon. Peace out. Ride safe.